Secondo Pia nearly dropped the glass plate into the developing bath. It was close to midnight on the 28th of May, 1898, and he was alone in a dark room in Turin, lifting a large photographic negative out of the chemicals with wooden tongs, tilting it toward the red safety lamp. Pia was a lawyer by trade and a photographer by obsession. And earlier that evening he had been handed a privilege no human being had ever had before. The Archbishop had given him permission to photograph the Shroud of Turin, the long strip of ancient linen the royal house of Savoy kept locked away behind the cathedral altar, the cloth that pilgrims for 5 centuries had believed once wrapped the dead body of Jesus of Nazareth. The session itself had gone badly. His electric lamps kept failing. The heat cracked one of his glass filters. The cloth hung behind protective glass that threw reflections at him from every angle, and the image on the linen itself was so faint that people standing right in front of it often struggled to make out more than a vague brownish stain in the shape of a man. Pia went home expecting almost nothing, and then the plate came up out of the developer and a face was looking at him. A calm face, bearded, long hair, eyes closed, swollen cheek, a trickle of blood on the forehead, rendered with a depth and softness that no artist of the Middle Ages was supposed to be capable of producing. The faint smudges on the cloth, once reversed into a photographic negative, resolved into a fully modelled positive image of a dead man. So the image on the linen itself was, somehow, already a negative. It had been sitting in churches for over 500 years, carrying reversed light and dark information the whole time, waiting for a technology that could flip it. Pia said afterward that his hands were shaking, that he stood there in the dark feeling like the first person in 1900 years to look at what might be a photograph of a body laid in a tomb. Whether that is actually what he was looking at is a fight that has been going on ever since, and it involves burned chapels, blood chemistry, a forged set of Hitler's diaries, 3 radiocarbon labs, and a wound pattern so anatomically precise that surgeons still argue about it. That cloth is where we begin tonight, and from Turin the road runs through a French siege, where a king rotted alive for 11 days, a Hungarian castle where a countess was bricked into her own rooms, a mountain fortress in Crimea where the last of the Goths were wiped out, the frozen farms of Greenland where an entire colony went missing, and finally a painter whose name has vanished so completely that all we have left of him is the way he painted leaves. Before any of that, welcome in. If this is your first time here, you have wandered into a long one, so get comfortable. Do me a favor while you settle. Drop a comment telling me where in the world you are listening from and what time it is there, because half of you seem to put these on at 3 in the morning, and I would like to know just how widespread that habit is. An enormous thank you, as always, to the Patreon supporters and the YouTube members who keep this channel alive. If you want to join them, all the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. Alright, back to the cloth. The shroud is a single piece of linen roughly 14 feet long and 3.5 feet wide, woven in a herringbone twill pattern, and it carries the front and back image of a naked adult man, head to head, as if a body had been laid on one half and the other half folded down over the top of it. The man is somewhere around 6 feet tall, muscular, bearded, and he has been through something appalling. His body is covered in wounds, and we will spend real time on those wounds because they are the heart of the whole mystery. But the documented history comes first, and the documented history begins abruptly, with no origin story at all. It helps to understand just how radical Pia's photograph was as an event, because it changed the shroud's category overnight, from relic to problem. For 5.5 centuries, the cloth had been an object of faith, accepted or doubted on the basis of faith, and a bishop's 14th century letter calling it a painting was, in the end, one more opinion. A photographic negative is not an opinion. It is a mechanical fact about the distribution of light and dark on a surface, and the fact it revealed that the shroud image behaves as a negative, that its lights are darks and its darks are lights, meant that any explanation now had to account for a physical property, not just a theological claim. A medieval forger, to produce this, would have had to paint in reverse tonal values, dark where light should be, across a 14-foot figure, with no way to check his work, since photography to reveal the effect was 500 years in the future, and the forger would have died never seeing his own image resolve. That is a strange thing to ask of a con man. Pia himself was accused, briefly, of faking his plates, of retouching, and a second photographer, Giuseppe Enri, reshot the cloth in 1931 under stricter controls and confirmed everything Pia had seen, in sharper detail. The negative was real. The face was in the cloth. And from that night in 1898, the object stopped belonging only to the church and started belonging also to the laboratory. And that is how a burial cloth ended up being fought over by physicists. Sometime in the 1350s, a French knight named Geoffroy de Charny put the cloth on display in a small wooden church he had built in the village of Liray, near Troyes. De Charny was a famous soldier, widely considered the perfect knight of his generation, the man who carried the sacred battle standard of France. He died at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356 with that banner in his hands, and at no point in anything he wrote or anything written about him did he ever explain where he got a 14-foot burial cloth bearing the image of a crucified man. He just had it. Pilgrims came in crowds. Souvenir badges were struck showing the cloth held up by clergy, and one of those badges, dredged out of the Seine centuries later, is the earliest physical depiction of the shroud we possess. The local church hierarchy was not thrilled. Around 1389, the Bishop of Troyes, a man named Pierre d'Arcis, wrote a furious memorandum to the Pope in Avignon. He claimed that his predecessor had investigated the cloth decades earlier and had found the artist who made it, a painter who had confessed that the image was cunningly painted by human hand. D'Arcis wanted the exposition stopped. The Pope's response was a very papal compromise. The de Charny family could keep showing the cloth provided they announced out loud that it was a figure or representation, not the true burial cloth of Christ. No trial record survives. No artist's name survives. Just the bishop's angry letter sitting in the archives, insisting that somebody, somewhere, once owned up to painting it. If that confession happened, the man who made it took the method to his grave, and we will see later why the method is the entire problem. The D'Arcis Memorandum is the single strongest documentary card in the skeptical hand, and it is stranger than its reputation. Pierre d'Arcis was writing around 1389, more than 30 years after the first showings at Liray, and he was not an eyewitness to anything he described. His account is that his predecessor, Bishop Henri of Poitiers, had looked into the matter back in the 1350s and had discovered, after diligent inquiry, the artist who had painted it, and that this artist confessed. Darcy's names no artist. He produces nothing in support beyond his own account of it, and the record of that earlier inquiry has never been found. His complaint also carries an obvious motive he does not hide. The church at Lionheart was drawing pilgrims and their money away from his own cathedral, and he says outright that the whole business was got up for profit. None of that makes him a liar. A bishop reporting his predecessor's findings on a matter of local scandal is exactly the sort of witness historians normally take seriously, and the timing of his letter, close to the events, matters. It means the strongest evidence for a 14th century forgery is a second-hand report of an unnamed man's unrecorded confession, delivered by a man with a financial grievance, and preserved only in a draft copy of a letter that may never have been sent. The Pope's answer, permitting the showings to continue with a disclaimer, sounds like the response of an authority who neither believed the relic nor thought the bishop had proved his case. The cloth stayed in the family for another 2 generations. Geoffroy's granddaughter Margaret, an aging widow with no children, spent years touring it around Europe, showing it in one town after another, and in 1453 she handed it over to Duke Louis of Savoy. In exchange she received 2 castles. The canons of Lionheart, who considered the cloth stolen from them, pursued her legally for the rest of her life, and in 1457 she was excommunicated over it. She died a few years later, unrepentant, and the shroud was now the property of the House of Savoy, the family that would one day rule Italy. They treated it as the holiest object in Europe. They built it a chapel at Chambéry in the Alps and stored it folded inside a silver casket behind an iron grille. On the night of the 4th of December 1532, that chapel caught fire. The blaze moved fast through the wooden fittings, and the heat inside the sacristy climbed until the silver of the casket began to melt. Molten silver runs at just under 1,000 degrees. Drops of it fell onto the folded linen inside and burned straight down through every layer, so that when the cloth was later unfolded, a repeating pattern of scorched holes ran the length of it, mirrored on each side of the central images, a diary of exactly how it had been folded that night. A blacksmith broke the grill, men hauled the casket out, and someone threw water over the smouldering bundle, leaving diamond-shaped stains that are still there. 2 years later, nuns from the Poor Clares convent spent weeks repairing the damage, stitching 14 large triangular patches and 8 smaller ones over the burn holes and sewing the whole weakened cloth onto a backing sheet. One strange mercy came out of that night. The fire came within minutes of destroying the thing entirely, and the burns bracket the image without touching the face. A few inches of difference in how the cloth sat in its box, and this entire mystery would have gone up the chimney of a burning chapel in 1532, and none of us would ever have heard of it. The fires bracket the shroud's whole modern life. Twice now this object has come within a few minutes of ceasing to exist. In 1532, the melting silver of its own reliquary burned holes clean through the folded cloth, and the whole thing was nearly lost before a blacksmith broke the grill, and men dragged the smoking casket clear. 4.5 centuries later, on the night of the 11th of April, 1997, fire broke out again, this time in the Guarini Chapel in Turin, where the shroud was kept behind heavy bulletproof glass, a blaze fierce enough to bring down part of the dome. A fireman named Mario Trematore reached the display, and when the reinforced glass would not yield, he took a sledgehammer to it, swinging again and again at bulletproof panels, while the chapel burned around him until it cracked and he could haul the casket out into the night, the shroud unharmed inside. He said afterward that he had felt a strength he could not explain. Whatever you make of that, the plain fact is that the most studied object in the world owes its continued existence to a blacksmith in 1532 and a fireman with a sledgehammer in 1997, and a small margin each time. An object that nearly burns twice in 5 centuries has a way of concentrating the mind on how thin the thread of survival is for anything this old. One more thing about the cloth's early history keeps the origin question from ever fully closing, and it sits in a Hungarian library. A manuscript called the Prayer Codex, an illustrated prayer book firmly dated to around 1192 or 1195, more than 60 years before the earliest edge of the radiocarbon window, contains a drawing of the burial of Christ. And the drawing does peculiar things. The body of Christ is shown fully nude, with the hands crossed over the groin and, crucially, no thumbs visible, only 4 fingers on each hand, exactly the anomaly that would later so preoccupy the surgeons who studied the shroud. Below that scene, the artist drew the empty grave cloth, and across it he set a pattern of small L-shaped marks and a herringbone weave, and most strangely of all, 4 small circles arranged in an L, in the same configuration as a set of scorch holes on the Turin cloth that predate the 1532 fire. Holes visible in the earliest photographs, called the poker holes because they look burned through by something hot. Defenders of an early date look at that codex and see a 12th century Hungarian artist who had physically seen the very cloth now in Turin, decades before carbon dating says the flax was even grown. Skeptics answer that herringbone and L-shaped decorations were common, that the resemblance is being pushed too far, that a burial scene naturally shows a burial cloth. The codex cannot prove the shroud is the shroud. It can, at minimum, put an object very like it into the 12th century, and that alone keeps the fight from ending. A second cloth belongs in this conversation and almost never gets mentioned alongside the first. In the Cathedral of Oviedo in northern Spain sits a blood-stained rag about the size of a hand towel, the sudarium, which tradition holds to be the smaller face cloth mentioned in the burial account, the napkin that covered the head separately. Unlike the shroud, the sudarium has a documented history running back to at least the 8th century, when it was carried into Spain ahead of the advancing Islamic armies, and possibly earlier, which puts it comfortably in the ancient world with paperwork to spare. It carries no image, only stains, blood, and the fluid of pulmonary edema, the frothy discharge that wells up out of the nose and mouth of a man who has died upright and asphyxiating. And researchers who have laid the sudarium's stain pattern against the shroud's face report that the blood groups match, both AB, and that the stains line up, wound for wound, the pattern of the beard, the flow from the nose, the distances between the clots, as though the 2 cloths had covered the same swollen, blood-matted head within hours of each other, the small one first at the cross and in transit, the large one later in the tomb. If that correspondence holds, and it too has its critics, then the shroud's face was pressed against a documented 1st century relic, and the medieval date has to explain a coincidence stacked on top of all the others. I will not pretend those two objects settle anything, because they do not, and the honest position on the shroud remains suspended between a radiocarbon result that says 1300s and a pile of circumstantial threads, chemical, anatomical, art historical, that all seem to pull earlier. What is not in dispute is how the object was treated once it became famous. From the 1500s onward, the House of Savoy staged public showings, ostensioni, on great occasions, dynastic weddings, jubilees, hoisting the cloth from balconies above tens of thousands of kneeling people, and paintings of those events survive, the long banner held out by rows of bishops, the crowd a dark sea below. In 1613, thousands came. In later centuries, the crowds ran to hundreds of thousands. The relic that had nearly burned in 1532 became a stage prop of dynastic power, wheeled out to sanctify a marriage or mark a papal year, and each unrolling, each handling, each pressing of copies against it for blessing, left its microscopic residue on the fibers that scientists would one day scrape off and argue over. Dying members of the royal house were brought to it. It was the family's holiest possession and its most political one at the same time. Modern examination continued after the 70s. A church commission had studied it in 1969 and again in 1973, quietly, before the American team. In that earlier work, the Italian forensic scientist who took the first authorized blood samples using modern tests then available, initially could not confirm the red stains were blood at all, and for a while the skeptics had their strongest card, until the later, more sensitive chemistry of Heller and Adler swung it back the other way, roughly the pattern of the entire subject, evidence swinging one way and then the other across decades, each generation of instruments reopening what the last thought it had shut. In 2002, a controversial restoration removed the fire patches sewn on by the Poor Clares in 1534 and the old backing cloth, and stitched the shroud to a new support, a procedure many scholars protested as destroying forensic information that could never be recovered, scraping the burn margins, altering the very corner regions the dating had come from. And there is the recurring speculation about the eyes, the claim that faint round shapes over the eye sockets in Pia's negative correspond to small coins laid on the lids in the ancient manner, some researchers even claiming to make out lettering matching coins struck under Pontius Pilate around the year 30. That interpretation is widely doubted, image processing seeing faces in clouds, but it surfaces in every serious discussion because of what it would mean, if true, a 1st century coin resting on the eye of the man in a cloth carbon dated to the Middle Ages. Every road in this subject runs into the same wall. In 1578, the Savoys moved their capital, and the relic, across the Alps to Turin, partly so an elderly Archbishop of Milan could fulfill a vow to venerate it without killing himself crossing the mountains on foot. It has been in Turin ever since, surviving another serious fire in 1997, when a fireman smashed through layers of bulletproof glass with a sledgehammer to drag the casket out of the burning Guarini chapel. For most of those centuries, it was simply a relic among relics, displayed on balconies to enormous crowds on special occasions, painted by artists, touched to the foreheads of dying royalty. Europe in the Middle Ages was drowning in relics, most of them absurd. Multiple heads of John the Baptist, enough fragments of the true cross to build a ship, vials of the Virgin's milk. The shroud could easily have stayed filed in that company forever, one more piece of medieval devotional furniture. Pia's photograph in 1898 is what dragged it out of that category, because a painted relic should not behave like a photographic negative, and suddenly scientists, not just pilgrims, wanted a look at it. What they found when they finally got their hands on it in the 20th century made the problem worse, not better. So look closely at the man on the cloth, wound by wound. Whoever he was, and however his image got onto that linen, he died one of the worst deaths a human being can die, and the image records that death with the accuracy of an autopsy report. The marks on the cloth run in a sequence, and the sequence can be reconstructed almost hour by hour. Across the shoulders, down the spine, over the buttocks and the backs of the legs, the image shows somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 separate marks, each one shaped like a tiny dumbbell, two small circles joined by a bar. They come in pairs. They fan out in matching diagonal patterns, angling down from each side, as if two men had stood behind the victim, one on his left and one on his right, taking turns. Roman writers describe the instrument that leaves marks like that. The flagrum was a short whip with 2 or 3 leather thongs, and at the end of each thong, the makers fixed pellets of metal or sharpened pieces of bone, sometimes shaped like little barbells, and an actual specimen matching that design was dug out of the ash at Herculaneum. The pellets were not decorative. Their job was to grip flesh on impact and pull it away when the thong was drawn back. A Roman scourging was not the theatrical 39 lashes of a disciplined synagogue punishment. Roman law set no limit for non-citizens. The soldiers stopped when they were told to stop, or when the man passed out, or when there was nothing left worth hitting. Ancient accounts of scourgings talk about victims with their veins laid open, about bowels visible through the wounds of the abdomen. Skin comes off in strips. The muscle underneath tears. Blood loss alone pushes the body toward hypovolemic shock, the state where there is no longer enough fluid in the circulatory system to keep the organs supplied, where the heart races and the blood pressure collapses and the victim shakes and sweats and begins drifting in and out of consciousness. The man on the shroud absorbed over 100 of those strikes, and then, on the evidence of everything else on the cloth, his day continued. His scalp is ringed with puncture wounds. Blood trickles run down through the hair on the back of the head and pool on the forehead, and one of them, on the brow, dries in a shape like a reversed number 3, following the wrinkle lines of the forehead. Painters, for 1,000 years, have shown the crown of thorns as a neat circlet, a sort of cruel tiara, because that is what a crown looks like to a European artist. The wounds on the cloth describe something else, a whole cap of thorns pressed down over the entire top of the skull. The scalp bleeds ferociously from even minor cuts. Anyone who has split their head open knows this, and the scalp is packed with nerve endings, so a cap of 2-inch thorns hammered down with sticks would have been both a blood-soaked mess and a source of grinding pain with every movement of the head for the rest of the man's life, which, by that point, was measured in hours. His face took a beating separately. The right cheek is swollen enough to distort the features. The nose is displaced, possibly broken, with a wound at the tip. One eyebrow arch is torn. Somebody hit this man in the face repeatedly, with fists or a stick, before or during everything else. Now the wrists, and here is where physicians started paying real attention. Every medieval and Renaissance painting of the crucifixion puts the nails through the palms of the hands. The shroud does not. Only one hand wound is visible. The left hand lies crossed over the right, and the bloodstain sits squarely in the wrist at the base of the palm's heel, in the cluster of small bones anatomists call the carpals. In the 1930s, a French surgeon named Pierre Barbet became fixated on this detail and did something that would not clear an ethics board today. He took cadavers and freshly amputated arms from his hospital in Paris and started nailing them up. He found that a nail through the palm tears free under about 90 pounds of load. The flesh simply rips through between the fingers. So a body suspended by palm nails falls off the cross. A nail driven through the wrist, through a natural gap between the carpal bones known as the space of Destot, holds the full weight of a hanging man indefinitely. Barbet also noticed something on his amputated specimens. Driving the nail through that gap crushes or severs the median nerve, and when the median nerve is destroyed, the thumb snaps inward across the palm. On the shroud, neither thumb is visible. Both hands show only 4 fingers. A forger painting from imagination has no reason to hide the thumbs. A body whose median nerves were transfixed by iron spikes hides them automatically. The pain of a major nerve being crushed and then bearing weight is in a category of its own. Medicine calls the sensation causalgia. Patients describe it as burning fire shooting up the arm, and the man on the cross experienced it in both arms, continuously, for as long as he lasted. Barbet's experiments were not the end of that argument, and the surgeon who challenged him did it in a way that says something about how far people will go with this cloth. Frederick Zugibe was a county medical examiner in New York, a man who had performed thousands of autopsies, and he thought Barbet had drawn too much from dead tissue. Cadaver arms are not living arms. They do not fight, do not cramp, do not carry a heartbeat. So Zugibe built a cross in his laboratory and suspended living volunteers on it, dozens of them over the years, strapped rather than nailed, wired to monitors, and recorded what actually happened to a conscious human being hanging by the arms. His volunteers did not asphyxiate. Their breathing stayed adequate for long stretches, and what overwhelmed them instead was the cascade of shock, the racing pulse, the falling pressure, the cramping that seized the whole body. From this, he argued that the man on the shroud died of traumatic and hypovolemic shock rather than suffocation, and that the arms were nailed higher and wider than Barbet supposed, closer to a straight-out crucifixion posture than the sagging Y-shape most artists paint. He also disputed the space of Destot business, arguing the nail passed elsewhere through the wrist and still severed the median nerve, still curled the thumbs. Two extremely experienced physicians, working half a century apart, reconstructed the same death from the same stains and disagreed about the mechanism, the angle of the arms, and the path of the iron. What neither of them disputed is that the marks describe a real body that really died this way. That is the odd common ground under the whole fight. A person can hold that the cloth was made in the 1300s and still be confronted with the fact that the image on it is anatomically coherent from scalp to heel, that the blood behaves like blood drying on a wound rather than paint applied to a picture, and that whoever produced it knew where a nail must go to hold a man's weight, knowledge you do not get from looking at other paintings, because every other painting of the era gets it wrong. If a forger made this, he did not copy the tradition. He worked from something. The blood on the forearms runs in two distinct streams at two different angles, roughly 10 degrees apart. That detail sounds minor, and it is anything but. Blood obeys gravity, so those two angles record two different positions of the arms, and they match what happens on a cross. The body sags down into one position until suffocation begins, then pushes up into a second position to breathe, then sags again, over and over, and the blood from the wrist wound maps both postures. Feet next. The image of the back shows a bloody imprint of a sole, and the wounds indicate a single nail driven through both feet, left over right, which forces the knees to bend and gives the dying man just enough leverage to perform the push-ups that keep him alive. Crucifixion was designed so that it could not be softened, and I am not going to soften it here. The Romans did not invent it. They inherited it from the Persians and Carthaginians, but they industrialized it. After the slave revolt of Spartacus, 6,000 crosses stood along the Appian Way, one every 40 yards or so for over 100 miles, and the bodies were left up to rot as a public service announcement. Cicero called it the most cruel and disgusting penalty. The Romans considered it so obscene that citizens were exempt. It was reserved for slaves, rebels, and the conquered. The victim usually carried the crossbeam, not the whole cross. A beam weighing maybe 100 pounds, lashed across shoulders that had just been flayed by the flagrum. At the execution ground he was stripped naked, laid on his back on the beam, his arms fixed with those wrist nails, and then the beam was hoisted onto an upright post that stayed there permanently, reused for victim after victim, soaked in the blood of everyone who had died on it before. And then the actual killing begins, and it is slow by design. Hanging by the arms drags the ribcage upward and outward into a permanently inhaled position. Breathing in is easy. Breathing out is nearly impossible. Carbon dioxide builds in the blood, the muscles begin to cramp, and the only way to exhale properly is to push the whole body upward, driving the full weight down onto the nail through the feet, grinding the wrist wounds around their spikes, and scraping the shredded back up the rough wood of the post. Every single breath, for hours, sometimes for days, is purchased with that movement. Exhaustion wins eventually. The legs give out, the body sags, the breathing shallows. Fluid begins collecting around the heart and in the lungs. Some medical researchers, following studies done in the 20th century, argue the final cause of death is asphyxiation. Others, like the American medical examiner Frederick Zugiber, who suspended living volunteers from a cross with straps and monitored their vital signs, argue the killer is shock. the combined collapse from blood loss, trauma, and dehydration, and that suffocation gets too much credit. Grim as it sounds, the professionals disagree about the exact final mechanism because there are several available and they overlap. The Romans, for their part, had a mercy of sorts on the books, the crurifragium, a heavy blow that shattered the shin bones, a man who cannot push up, cannot breathe, and death follows in minutes. The legs of the man on the shroud are unbroken. Dehydration was working on him the entire time, on top of everything else. A body that has lost that much blood, hung in the open for hours, sweating, unable to drink, moves steadily toward the collapse of its circulation. The heart races to push a shrinking volume of blood. The blood pressure sinks, the kidneys begin to fail, and the victim passes through raging thirst into the strange calm of shock, where pain dulls because the nervous system itself is starving. Meanwhile, the position was slowly drowning him. Fluid seeps into the space around the lungs and the sac around the heart during prolonged shock and suffocation, so that the final hours involve breathing against rising water inside the chest, each labored inhalation shallower than the last. Muscle cramps would have seized the arms and legs and the great muscles of the trunk, locking them, and every cramp made the push upward to breathe harder to perform. Insects would have found the wounds. The sun or the cold, depending on the hour, worked on the exposed body. This could go on in a strong man for many hours, occasionally into a second day, and that is precisely why the Romans kept the leg-breaking mallet handy for the times they wanted it finished. Instead, his image carries one more wound, and it is the one that ends the story. Between the ribs on the right side of the chest, an oval opening about the size of a large coin, with a broad flow running from it down across the chest and around onto the back, where it pooled along the waistline as the body lay flat. The flow contains two components that separated on the cloth, dense red blood, and around it a halo of clear, watery fluid. A Roman lancia, the cavalry spear, matches the wound's dimensions. Physicians looking at that stain point out that a spear driven up between those ribs passes through the pleural cavity and into the right side of the heart, and that if the chest cavity had already filled with fluid from prolonged shock, pleural effusion, the strike would release that very mixture, blood and water, in the words of a first-century account written by people who could not possibly have understood the pathology they were describing. The wound shows no swelling response at its edges. Bodies only mount a response while alive. Whoever drove that spear in was making certain of a corpse. So that is the man on the cloth. Beaten in the face, scourged past 100 strokes, crowned with a cap of thorns, nailed through the wrists and feet, dead of shock or suffocation or both, stabbed through the heart after death, laid on his back in fine linen with coins or fragments possibly resting on the eyes, and wrapped. Rigor mortis holds him in the posture of the cross, head bent forward, knees slightly flexed, and one fact above all has kept forensic pathologists interested for a century. Nothing in the wound pattern is wrong. The nails avoid the palms even though every artist for a millennium put them there. The scourge marks fan at the correct angles for two flanking executioners. The blood flows obey gravity in two postures. The thumbs are missing exactly as median nerve damage predicts. The side wound leaks precisely what a post-mortem chest puncture would leak. Doctors who examined the image in the 20th century, some of them atheists who went in expecting to take the thing apart in an afternoon, kept coming out the other side saying the same uncomfortable sentence. Whoever made this either had a body or knew things about crucifixion that the medical profession would not work out until the 1900s. Or the image was never made by hands at all. And that is the position the cloth's defenders have argued with increasing sophistication, since a team of American scientists was allowed to spend 5 days alone with it. In 1976, a physicist at an American weapons laboratory named John Jackson fed a photograph of the shroud into a machine called the VP-8 image analyzer, a device built for NASA to convert the brightness of spacecraft images into three-dimensional relief maps. Ordinary photographs come out of that machine as distorted garbage, faces collapsing into craters, because the brightness of a normal photo records light and shadow, not distance. The shroud image came out as a coherent three-dimensional body. The intensity of the stain at every point corresponds to how far the cloth would have sat from the surface of a corpse lying underneath it. Nose closest and darkest, eye sockets farther and fainter, and so on across the whole figure. No painting does that. No photograph does that. Jackson stood in front of the screen, looking at a relief map of a dead man encoded in a piece of cloth, and he and his colleagues decided the thing needed a full scientific examination. They got their chance in October 1978. The Shroud of Turin Research Project, a team of a few dozen American scientists, many from military and aerospace labs, hauled 72 crates of equipment to Turin and spent 5 days and nights, about 120 hours straight, running every non-destructive test they could devise. X-ray fluorescence, ultraviolet photography, spectrometry, hundreds of sticky tape samples pulled off the surface. Several of them assumed going in that a week's work would expose a medieval painting, and they could all go home. What they published instead has fueled the argument ever since. Chemistry found no paint, no pigment particles forming the body image, no brush strokes, no binding medium, no directionality of any kind. The color sits only on the very topmost fibrils of the linen threads, a layer thinner than a fraction of a hair. A straw-yellow discoloration of the surface itself, as if the outer skin of each thread had been aged or lightly scorched. Nothing soaked in. Liquid pigment wicks along linen fibers, and the image shows zero wicking. Stranger still, wherever the bloodstains sit, the image is absent underneath them. Blood first. Image second. A painter builds the body and adds the blood on top. This object formed in the opposite order. The blood itself became its own battlefield. Two chemists on the team, John Heller and Alan Adler, ran the red-stained fibrils through a dozen tests and reported positive results across the board. Hemoglobin signatures, heme derivatives, the proteins of blood serum ringing the stains. visible under ultraviolet as halos, where the clear serum separated from the clots, the way real wounds behave. Adler found something odder still. Abnormally high levels of bilirubin, the orange-yellow compound a liver dumps into the bloodstream when a body is breaking down large amounts of damaged red blood cells. Severe trauma does that. A man beaten and scourged for hours would have had bilirubin flooding his system, and bilirubin, Adler argued, is why the stains have stayed reddish for centuries instead of blackening the way old blood normally does. Italian researchers later reported typing the blood as Group AB. On the other side of the fight stood Walter Macrone, one of the most respected microscopists in the world, who examined the same sticky tape samples and announced that he had found iron oxide and traces of vermilion, artist's pigments, and that the whole thing was a painting executed in a thin, watery tempera. The rest of the team rejected his findings, pointing out that the amounts were trivial surface contamination, plausibly picked up over centuries during which dozens of painted copies were pressed against the shroud to sanctify them. Macrone resigned, or was pushed, depending on who tells it, and went to his grave calling the shroud a beautiful medieval painting. Neither camp ever surrendered an inch, and both camps included serious, credentialed people, so I will leave their fight exactly where they left it. Heller and Adler were not sentimentalists. They were working chemists who ran the red material through test after test, looking for a reason to call it paint, and it kept behaving like blood. They found the iron of hemoglobin in the right form and place. They found the proteins of blood serum forming halos around the dense clots, where real serum separates from a real wound, visible under ultraviolet light as a ring the naked eye misses. And they found bile pigment, bilirubin, at levels a healthy body does not carry. That last detail is the one that snags, because a forger reaching for something red to imitate blood has no way to know that a man tortured to death would have his blood loaded with bilirubin from the wholesale destruction of his own red cells, and no way to fake the specific behavior of serum retraction around a clot, and no reason to build his image under his own bloodstains rather than over them. Italian teams later reported the blood typed as Group AB, the same as the Oviedo face cloth, though blood typing on ancient degraded samples is notoriously unreliable, and that has its doubters too. Set against all of it stands Macrone's iron oxide and vermilion, which the others explained as centuries of contamination from painted copies pressed to the cloth for blessing, and which Macrone insisted to his death was the image itself. 2 rooms full of competent scientists looked at the same red smears and saw, respectively, the blood of a tortured man and a thin wash of medieval tempera, and both went to their graves certain. One small physical detail from the 1978 examination still gets less attention than it deserves, and it concerns the back of the cloth. The shroud had been sewn to its Holland backing sheet in 1534, so nobody had seen the reverse of the linen in 4.5 centuries. When the backing was finally lifted during the 2002 work, photographs of the underside showed the bloodstains soaking clean through the fabric as blood does, and the body image essentially absent from the reverse, present at most as the faintest ghost of the face and hands. Whatever colored the fibers did not penetrate the cloth. It affected one surface and the surface of individual fibers at that, and stopped. Pollen entered the story through a Swiss criminologist named Max Frey, a police forensics specialist who pressed tape onto the cloth and claimed to have identified pollen grains from dozens of plant species, many of them native to the area around Jerusalem and to Anatolia, suggesting the cloth had physically traveled through the Middle East at some point in its life. It was a spectacular claim, and it has aged badly, though not fatally. Frey's identifications were questioned by palynologists, who noted that species-level identification from single grains under a light microscope is close to impossible. His sampling methods were questioned, and then his broader credibility took a direct hit when, shortly before his death, he authenticated the Hitler diaries, which were exposed within weeks as forgeries scribbled in an East German barn. Some of his shroud pollen work has been partially defended since, some of it quietly abandoned. Make of that what you will. Then came the carbon. In 1988, the Vatican and the Cardinal of Turin authorized the test everyone had been demanding for decades. A strip was cut from one corner of the cloth, divided, and sent to 3 of the best radiocarbon laboratories on Earth, at Oxford, Zurich, and the University of Arizona. The labs worked independently. That October, the Cardinal stood up at a press conference and announced the result, and the Oxford professor beside him wrote the range on a chalkboard with a punctuation mark that made headlines: 1260 to 1390! The flax for the linen, according to the combined measurements, was harvested somewhere in that window, with 95% confidence, squarely medieval, landing, in fact, almost exactly on the decade when Geoffroy de Charny first hung the cloth in his little church at Lionheart, and comfortably matching the era of Bishop d'Arcis and his letter about a confessed artist. Newspapers ran headlines declaring the mystery finished. The scientific journal that published the study used the phrase conclusive evidence. For a lot of people, that chalkboard was the end of the story. It was not the end of the story. The objections started almost immediately, and they have never stopped, and some of them come from unexpected directions. The corner the sample was cut from is one of the worst spots on the entire cloth. The exact area where generations of clergy gripped the fabric to hold it up at public showings, handled, sweated on, repaired. In 2005, Raymond Rogers, a retired explosives chemist from Los Alamos who had been on the original 1978 team and who described himself as fully expecting to debunk the repair theory in 5 minutes, published a paper in a peer-reviewed chemistry journal arguing the opposite. Rogers had kept threads from the radiocarbon corner and threads from the main body of the cloth. They were chemically different materials. The corner threads carried cotton mixed into the linen and a gum coating with dye, consistent with a skilled invisible mending job done centuries after the original weaving, the sort of French reweave that restorers performed for wealthy owners precisely so that no one could see the repair. The main cloth showed no cotton and no dye. He also measured vanillin, a compound that decays out of linen at a known rate. The medieval Chambéry backing cloth still contains vanillin. The The main shroud linen contains none, which on his chemistry pointed to an age of well over 1,000 years, possibly 2. Rogers died of cancer weeks after the paper appeared, telling interviewers from his sickbed that the radiocarbon labs had dated a patch. The reweave argument turns on a real and unglamorous craft. Wealthy owners of damaged textiles in past centuries did not patch a precious cloth with an obvious square of new fabric. They paid for invisible mending, a French reweave, in which a skilled restorer teased new thread into the damaged area and worked it in by hand, following the original weave so exactly that the repair could not be seen without a microscope, often blending in cotton or dyed thread and sizing the whole area with a gum so it lay flat and matched. The corner the radiocarbon sample came from is precisely such a high-stress, much-handled spot, gripped for centuries during public showings, that would have needed such a repair. And Rogers reported that the threads from that corner carried cotton and a gum and dye coating that the main body of the cloth did not, exactly the signature of an expert reweave, while the body of the shroud showed pure linen with none of it. If he was right, the 3 great laboratories, working with impeccable technique, precisely measured the age of a patch woven into the cloth centuries after the image formed, and got a medieval date because the sampled threads were, in part, medieval, newer material invisibly married into an older sheet. The radiocarbon scientists dispute this vigorously, noting that the sample was examined for that very contamination before testing and cleaned by standard methods, and that a repair large enough to skew the result by over 1,000 years should have been obvious. So the fight comes down, maddeningly, to a few square centimeters of one corner of one cloth, and whether what was cut from it was the shroud or a ghost woven into the shroud, and the only way to settle it is to test other areas, which has not been permitted. In 2019, a French-led group obtained the raw measurement data from the 3 labs, numbers that had taken a legal request and decades of stonewalling to extract, and published a statistical reanalysis showing that the individual measurements within and between labs disagreed with each other more than the published paper admitted, that the samples were not homogeneous, and that in their view, the 95% medieval window could not carry the confidence it had been given. They called for a new dating. In 2022, an Italian crystallographer named Liberato De Caro published a different approach entirely, a technique using wide-angle X-ray scattering to measure how far the cellulose structure of flax has physically degraded, a process that creeps along with time, temperature, and humidity. He ran a single thread of the shroud against linens of known age. The profile that matched best came from fabric excavated at Masada, the fortress by the Dead Sea, dated to the 1st century. His method has its own critics, who point out that it leans heavily on assumptions about the storage conditions across 2,000 hypothetical years, and mainstream radiocarbon scientists maintain that nothing published so far genuinely overturns 1988. So the age of the cloth currently stands like this. One direct radiocarbon result saying the 1300s, drawn from arguably the worst corner of the fabric, and a cluster of chemical and structural arguments saying much older, none of them individually decisive. The Vatican could settle a large part of this by authorizing new samples from multiple sites on the cloth. It has so far declined. The linen itself has its own testimony, quite apart from the image. The shroud is woven in a 3-to-1 herringbone twill, a diagonal pattern that reverses direction at intervals to produce the zigzag, and that is not the ordinary cloth of a medieval European workshop, where plain tabby weave dominated everyday linen. Herringbone twill in linen is a luxury weave, difficult on a hand loom, requiring a 4-shaft setup and a skilled weaver. And examples survive from the ancient Eastern Mediterranean, including textiles recovered from the desert fortresses and tombs of the Roman era Near East. A separate strip runs along one long edge of the shroud, sewn on with a distinctive stitch. And textile specialists have compared that seam to sewing found in 1st century material from Masada, the fortress by the Dead Sea, where a Jewish garrison died rather than surrender to Rome, and where the dry air preserved a wardrobe of ordinary clothing. The comparison is what pushed some researchers toward an ancient date, long before any of the chemical arguments arrived, and it is also what makes the medieval forgery scenario expensive, because a forger in the 1300s would have had to commission a large piece of unusual, costly cloth in an archaic weave, for reasons no 14th century audience would have appreciated, since nobody then had any way of knowing what 1st century burial linen looked like. Traces of cotton fibers found in the linen point to a loom that also processed cotton, consistent with the Middle East and out of place in medieval Northern Europe, where cotton was scarce. None of that dates the cloth by itself. It keeps putting the object in company it should not be keeping if it was made in France in the reign of the Valois. The people who have studied the image longest tend to end up describing what they cannot find rather than what they can. No paint, in the sense of a pigment layer bound by a medium and lying on top of the threads. The color is a discoloration of the fibers themselves. No outline anywhere, no place where the artist decided where the body ended. The image fading from more discolored fibers to fewer, the way a photographic gradient works and the way a brush does not. Nothing directional either, no strokes, nowhere a hand started or stopped. The image does not soak into the cloth. It sits only on the topmost fibrils, and it does not sit under the bloodstains, meaning the blood was on the linen before the image existed, the reverse of how any painter has ever worked. And the image carries 3-dimensional distance information, decodable by a machine built to map the surface of the moon. Any single one of those properties can be reproduced in isolation. The trouble has always been reproducing all of them at once, in one object, and every serious attempt trades one property away to capture another. Each of the main ideas breaks on a different rock. The scorch idea, that a hot statue or bas-relief was pressed to the cloth, produces surface coloration of roughly the right chemistry, but a solid hot object touching cloth transfers heat by contact, so the color would blur and smear at the points of contact and leave nothing where the cloth bridged a hollow. And the shroud image has a strange contactless quality, present even where a draped cloth would not have touched a body at all. The powder rubbing idea, that a relief was dusted like a brass rubbing, leaves particles the microscope would find, and the fine tonal gradations are hard to get. The proto-photograph idea is the most seductive and the most demanding. It asks us to believe that a medieval artist, perhaps hundreds of years before the earliest known camera obscura images, rigged a lens or a pinhole, a frame, and a light-sensitive coating of silver salts or chromium compounds on a 14-foot linen sheet, exposed a corpse or a model to it for days in bright sun, produced the single greatest photograph of the pre-modern world, and then told no one, wrote nothing down, and never did it again, so that the technique died with him and was reinvented from scratch 4 centuries later. People have built rigs that produce shroud-like images this way. What they have not produced is any evidence that anyone in the 1300s possessed the chemistry or any reason such a genius would bury the achievement in a relic. The natural decomposition idea that gases from a dead body, ammonia and others, reacted with a carbohydrate residue on the linen to brown it through the Maillard reaction, the same browning that colors toast and seared meat, gets the chemistry and the contactless diffusion partly right, but diffusing gas should blur, and the image is not blurred. It holds detail down to the swollen eyelids and the individual scourge marks. And the radiation idea, favored by John Jackson himself, that the body emitted a brief burst of light or particles that scorched the cloth in a straight-line projection, would neatly explain the 3-dimensional encoding and the surface-only coloration and the lack of contact. And it has exactly one problem, which Jackson stated as plainly as any skeptic ever has. No known physical process causes a corpse to do that. He was proposing a mechanism with no physics behind it, honestly labeled as such. And even a firm date would leave the deepest question untouched, the one nobody on any side has cracked. How the image got there. The color penetrates 200 nanometers into the fibers, a 500th of the width of a human hair, and only on the crowns of the topmost threads. Every attempt to reproduce it captures some properties and fails at others. A heated bronze statue scorches too deep. Paints and rubbings leave pigment and directionality. A camera obscura proto-photograph, the theory that a medieval genius invented photography 500 years early and then never used it for anything else, requires chemistry nobody can show existed. A natural chemical reaction between the gases of a decomposing body and the carbohydrate residue on ancient linen, the Maillard reaction, browns surfaces in roughly the right way but should blur, and the image is focused. Jackson himself ended up proposing that the cloth records a brief burst of radiation from the body itself, and to his credit, he stated plainly that no known physics produces such a burst. Italian government laser physicists managed to create similar micro-thin coloration on linen using extremely short pulses of ultraviolet light, and then noted that duplicating the whole image would require more power than every ultraviolet laser on the planet firing at once. In 2025, a Brazilian graphics researcher modeled cloth draped over a real body and showed the resulting print should be distorted and widened, like a face rolled across paper, and the shroud's image is not. an argument cutting against direct contact with a corpse. Defenders answered that this is precisely their point, since they have argued for decades that the image formed across a gap without contact. Every finding gets absorbed by both camps. A century and a quarter after Secondo Pia's hands shook in the dark, the single most studied artifact in human history remains on its central question, unexplained. The man on the cloth keeps his secret, and the cloth keeps his wounds. Executions were meant to be watched. That was true on Golgotha, wherever the man in the linen met his lance, and it was still true 12 centuries later on a muddy hillside in France, in the spring of 1199, where the most famous soldier in Christendom stood in the dusk in front of a third-rate castle, applauding a teenager on the wall who was about to kill him with a kitchen implement for a shield. Richard the Lionheart was 41 years old that March, and by any sane measure he had no business being where he was. This was the man who had taken the cross at 15, who had fought his own father into an early grave, who had marched an army down the coast of the Holy Land through heat and ambush and traded threats with Saladin as an equal. He had survived shipwreck, survived a German prison, survived a ransom so enormous that England was taxed a quarter of every man's income, and the church plate was melted down to pay it. Contemporaries wrote about him the way people write about weather, and in late March of 1199, this man was standing outside Chaillot-Chabrol, a minor castle in the Limousin region of what is now central France, a stump of a fortress garrisoned, according to the chroniclers, by about 40 people, of whom only 2 were actual knights. The rest were servants and villagers who had crowded inside the walls when the king's army appeared. Some of them were reportedly defending the ramparts in whatever they could grab, and one man's improvised armor will matter enormously in a moment. Why Richard was there at all is the first genuine mystery of his death, and the sources split into 2 stories that have been fighting each other for 800 years. The famous version involves treasure. A peasant ploughing near Chaillot, the story goes, turned up a hoard of Roman gold, and in the tellings that grew tallest, the hoard became a set of golden statues, an emperor and his family seated around a golden table, buried since antiquity. The find belonged by feudal custom, at least partly, to Richard as overlord, and his vassal Ashard of Chaillot, backed by Viscount Aymar of Limoges, refused to hand it over. So the King of England came in Lent, in the season when Christian warfare was supposed to pause, to take his gold at spear point. The other version is duller and better attested. Aymar of Limoges was in revolt again, and had allied himself with King Philip of France, Richard's lifelong rival, and Richard came down to burn out the rebellion before it spread, the same grinding enforcement work he had been doing in these hills since he was a teenager. The treasure story appears early, within a few years of his death, and even a chronicler who had personally met Richard mentions it, so it cannot be waved off as late legend. It may be both at once, a real revolt with a rumor of gold laid over it. Nobody has ever found the hoard, and men have looked. The treasure story, whatever its truth, tells you something about how Richard was seen even by people who admired him, because it stuck to him so naturally. In the fullest tellings, the peasant near Charlus unearthed not just coins, but a marvel, a group of figures worked in pure gold, an emperor seated with his wife and sons and daughters around a golden table, treasure out of a legend, and Viscount Aymar, as overlord of the district, took it and refused Richard his feudal share. And Richard, who had bankrupted his kingdom on crusade and ransom, was not a man to leave gold in the ground when he believed it his. He came in Lent, in the penitential weeks when Christian lords were meant to hold their swords, to prize it loose by siege. Chroniclers who told that version were not necessarily condemning him. A king pursuing his rights was a king doing his job. But the readiness of the age to believe that Richard would break the peace of Lent over a hoard of gold says plainly what they thought his appetites were. The soberer version that Aymar of Limoges was simply in revolt again and allied with the King of France, and Richard came to stamp it out as he had stamped out a dozen such revolts, is almost certainly closer to the daily truth, and the two need not exclude each other. A rebellious vassal sitting on rumoured treasure is exactly the sort of target a cash-strapped warrior king rides toward in the last spring of his life. And the little castle of Charlus-Chabrol, with its garrison of 40 terrified people and its 2 real knights, had the bad luck to be where the most dangerous man in Europe pointed himself that March. The siege itself was a mismatch bordering on cruelty. Richard's forces included his mercenary companies under a commander named Mercadier, a professional soldier of the sort that made villages empty at the news of his approach, and sappers were already digging under the castle walls, tunneling toward the moment when the props would be burned and a whole section of rampart would come thundering down. The garrison inside knew how sieges like this ended for garrisons like theirs. They had reportedly asked for terms, asked to surrender with their lives, and been told no. Richard intended to hang them. That detail sits in the sources without apology, and it tells you what a quarter-century of war had made of him. The defenders were dead men keeping a schedule, and one of them decided to spend the time shooting. On the evening of the 26th of March, after supper, Richard rode out toward the walls to inspect the progress of the siege. He was not wearing his mail. He carried a shield, or by some accounts had one carried near him, and he was close enough to the ramparts that individual defenders were visible, close enough to be recognized. And he had made this kind of casual survey 1,000 times in his life. Crossbowmen on the walls took occasional shots at the besiegers, and one figure up there had been amusing the whole army for a while, a young man using a frying pan as a shield, catching and deflecting bolts with a piece of kitchenware, standing his ground on the rampart of a doomed castle with a crossbow in one hand and a skillet in the other. When the young man loosed a bolt in the king's direction, Richard did what the whole army had been doing. He applauded him. And while the king's hands were occupied clapping, the second bolt arrived and went into him at the base of the neck, on the left side, where the shoulder meets it, driving downward toward the chest, and buried itself to a depth the chroniclers give as about 4 inches. Richard made no sound that would carry. He turned his horse and rode back to his tent, keeping his seat, letting the camp see nothing, because an army that watches its king fall apart, falls apart itself. Inside the tent, in privacy, he took hold of the wooden shaft jutting from his shoulder and tried to pull the bolt out himself. The shaft snapped off in his hand. The iron head stayed where it was, 4 inches deep in the muscle and vessels at the junction of his neck and chest, and now there was nothing sticking out to grip. A surgeon was sent for, and the one who came was Mercedier's man, a mercenary company's field medic, and a chronicler hands him down to us under the nickname The Butcher. Working by lamplight on the scarred, heavily muscled shoulder of a man in his 40s, the butcher went in after the iron with knives. Medieval surgery had no anesthesia beyond wine and men to hold the patient down, and its understanding of what lay under the skin was a mixture of ancient texts and guesswork. He cut and probed and could not find the head and cut wider. And the chronicle says he mangled the king's arm and shoulder before he finally got the iron out, carving by lamplight through the very tissue the wound needed intact. Richard bore it. By every account he bore it the way he had borne everything else, and when it was over the wound was packed and bandaged, and the king lay down, and for a day or two the camp was told nothing much was wrong. What happened next happened invisibly in the depths of the wound, and no one in 1199 had any vocabulary for it beyond bad humours. The bolt had carried fragments of dirty clothing and rust and grime deep into the flesh, and the butcher's excavation had added torn, dying tissue on every side of the track. Dead muscle in a closed, airless wound is a feast for a particular family of bacteria, and when they establish themselves, the condition that follows is gas gangrene. It moves with horrifying speed. The infected flesh swells taut and shiny. The skin around the wound darkens, first a deep angry red, then bronze, then the purple-black of a body already dead in one province while the rest still lives. Gas forms in the tissue itself, in bubbles, so that pressing near the wound produces a sensation medical texts describe as crackling, like thin ice or dry snow under the fingers. A thin brownish fluid weeps from the site, and the smell is the part every account of gangrene from every century agrees on. A sweetish, foul odour of rot, strong enough to fill a room, strong enough that battlefield surgeons could diagnose it walking down a row of cots with their eyes closed. The rot spreads outward hour by hour, the fever climbs, and the bacteria pump toxins into the bloodstream that begin shutting down the body one system at a time. Today, the treatment is immediate radical surgery, cutting away every trace of dead tissue, often taking the whole limb plus antibiotics. In 1199, the treatment was prayer. Richard had spent his adult life manufacturing scenes fully as grim as his own ending. 8 years earlier, in the summer of 1191, he had taken the coastal city of Acre in the Holy Land after a siege that had chewed through besiegers and besieged alike. And the surrender came with terms: a ransom, the return of a fragment of the true cross, and the release of Christian prisoners, all to be delivered by Saladin within a set period. The negotiations dragged. Each side accused the other of stalling, and Richard, unwilling to march inland with thousands of enemy prisoners at his back and unwilling to keep feeding them, made a decision that the calm of 8 centuries has not softened. On a plain outside Acre, in full view of Saladin's army across the valley, he had the prisoners brought out. The number the sources give runs to around 2,700, and with them, in some accounts, their wives and children. And there, in the open, over the course of an afternoon, Richard's soldiers killed them. Bound men cut down in rows with sword and spear and axe, while the Muslim army watched from a distance too great to intervene and close enough to see everything. Contemporaries on his own side reported it plainly, some proudly. A later detail claims his men afterward cut open the corpses, searching the bowels for swallowed gold and gems, and burned the bodies to sift the ashes for the same. Saladin, who had been about to release his own Christian captives, is said to have executed them in answer. That was the man in the tent. Not a storybook lion, but a supremely effective and sometimes monstrous soldier, and the death by frying pan bolt lands differently once you know that the same hands had signed off on a field of bound throats. His captivity was nearly as grotesque in its own bloodless way. Sailing home from the crusade in 1192, shipwrecked in the Adriatic, he tried to cross Europe in disguise and was recognized and seized by Duke Leopold of Austria, a man Richard had personally humiliated at Acre by having his banner torn down and thrown in a ditch. Leopold handed him up to the Holy Roman Emperor, and the King of England spent well over a year as a prisoner, passed between German castles, a crowned head held for money like a merchant taken by bandits. The ransom set was 150,000 marks, several times the annual income of the English crown, a sum so vast that a special tax stripped a quarter of every subject's movable wealth. Church treasuries were melted, wool clips seized, and his mother Eleanor, in her 70s, personally organized the collection and carried the silver to Germany herself. He was ransomed in early 1194, having learned, in the most expensive way available, exactly what his own body was worth on the open market. 5 years later, that body was worth 1 crossbow bolt. Nobody in that camp could have saved him, and most of them believed the rot was a moral event as much as a physical one. Physicians of 1199 worked from the theory of the 4 humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, inherited from the ancient world through Galen, and in that framework, a wound that blackened and stank was the body's balance catastrophically overthrown, corruption in the literal sense, and the responses available, bleeding, purging, poultices of herbs, prayer, cautery, had no purchase whatever on clostridial infection eating up a shoulder. They could keep him drunk. They could pack the wound with whatever the surgeon believed drew out corruption. They could pray, and they did, and the priests came and went. Meanwhile, the objective process ground forward on its own schedule. The blackenings spread from the shoulder up the neck and down across the chest. The swelling tightened the skin until it shone. The fever climbed and broke and climbed higher. Sepsis, the body's own defense turned into a system-wide firestorm, would have brought chills that shook the whole bed. A racing, thready pulse, confusion swimming up between lucid hours. In those hours, the most feared man in Europe would have had stretches where he did not know where he was, and stretches where he knew exactly, worse by a distance, and the smell in that closed tent, thick enough that the 4 trusted men who were allowed in must have carried it in their clothes for days, announced the outcome to everyone before anyone said it aloud. Richard understood what was happening to him. He had spent his entire life around wounds. He had smelled that smell coming off other men, and somewhere in the first days of April, as his shoulder blackened and swelled and the fever set in, he stopped pretending. He kept the news controlled, admitting only 4 of his most trusted men to the tent, and he sent a letter. It went north, moving fast by relay, to the Abbey of Fontevraud, to a woman in her late 70s, who had already outlived a French king she divorced, an English king she rebelled against, and most of the 10 children she had carried. Eleanor of Aquitaine got the message that her favourite son was dying and covered roughly 100 miles of medieval road in the time it took him to finish doing it. The dying took 11 days, and the tent at Chalus during those days is one of the strangest deathbed scenes in medieval history. Outside, the siege continued, because Richard ordered it continued. The castle actually fell while he lay rotting, and the surviving defenders were hanged, all but one. Inside, the most feared soldier in Europe conducted the business of ending a reign. He named his brother John as heir to England, Normandy, Anjou, all of it, passing over his young nephew Arthur, a decision he had wavered on for years and settled only now, with the smell of his own death in his nostrils. He directed the distribution of his jewels, his treasury, 1/4 of it to the poor. He confessed. A dying man's confession in that world was a legal and cosmic document, and Richard's, as reported, included the admission that he had not taken communion in years because he carried too much hatred in his heart for the King of France to receive it honestly. Priests moved in and out, the wound blackened, the fever burned, and at some point in those 11 days, the king asked for the crossbowman. The confession he made in those days is one of the more revealing things about him, if the chroniclers who recorded it can be trusted. A dying man in that world unburdened himself to a priest before the end, and Richard reportedly admitted that he had not received communion in 7 years, since a quarrel, because he could not bring himself to take the sacrament while he carried such hatred in his heart for Philip of France, and to receive it dishonestly would have damned him worse than staying away. The most celebrated Christian warrior of his generation, the man who had taken the cross and marched to Jerusalem, confessing on his deathbed that he had held himself apart from the central rite of his own faith for 7 years out of pure political loathing, and had judged that abstention the more honest sin. He set his affairs in the same clear-eyed way. He named John his heir and had the nobles present swear to it. He divided his treasure, a portion to the poor, a portion to his servants. He gave directions for the carving up of his own body, entrails to Chalut, heart to Rouen, the rest to Fontevraud at his father's feet. And he did all of this while the wound blackened and the fever rose and the smell filled the tent, conducting the orderly liquidation of a rain from inside a rotting body. Entirely lucid in the intervals the sepsis allowed him, either a testament to his famous will or simply what happens when a strong man dies slowly enough to have the time. The young man was found among the prisoners and brought into the tent, and the chronicles give him several names: Pierre Basile in most, Bertrand de Gourdon in another, John Sabroz in a third. 4 different names across 4 different sources for the most consequential archer of the century. And that alone tells you how quickly the facts of this famous death went soft. Standing over the swollen, stinking ruin of the man he had shot, the prisoner did not grovel. Asked what harm Richard had ever done him that he should kill him, he answered, in the fullest account, that Richard had killed his father and his 2 brothers with his own hand and had meant to hang him, and so he had taken what revenge he could, and the king could torture him however he liked, because he would gladly endure the worst there was, having seen Richard brought to his end. That took some nerve, at maybe 15 or 16 years old, in a tent full of Mercedier's men. Richard's reply became one of the most repeated sentences of the Middle Ages. "Live on," he said, "and by my bounty, behold the light of day." He ordered the boy released and given 100 shillings, forgiving, in the last performance of his life, the instrument of his own death. Chivalry as theatre, staged from a deathbed, with the smell of gangrene in the air. On the evening of the 6th of April, 1199, as it was getting dark, Richard died. Eleanor was there. The woman was 77 years old, and she held her son as the sepsis finished him, the 5th of her children she had outlived. And afterward she described herself in a charter with a phrase that needs no embroidery, pierced by a sword of sorrow. She would live 5 more years and bury yet another child before she was done. His mother did not get to grieve in peace, because the succession he had settled in that tent immediately needed defending, and she was the only person alive with the authority to do it. Eleanor was 77 when Richard died, and she spent the next years riding. She went through Aquitaine in person, town by town, taking the homage of lords who might otherwise have gone over to Arthur and the French, holding her dead son's inheritance together for a living son she is not thought to have much liked. At about 78, In winter, she crossed the Pyrenees to Castile to collect a granddaughter, Blanche, and brought the girl back over the mountains to marry the French heir and buy a few years of peace for John's crown. 3 years after that, in 1202, she was caught at the castle of Mirabeau by an army led by Arthur of Brittany, her own teenage grandson, the boy Richard had passed over, who was now besieging his 80-year-old grandmother to force the inheritance question. She held the keep until John came down on the siege and smashed it, taking Arthur prisoner, and Arthur was never seen alive again after that year. Eleanor went to Fontevraud, took the veil, and died there in 1204, having lived to see Normandy falling out of her family's hands, and having outlived all but 2 of her 10 children. They laid her between her husband and her son, and her effigy holds an open book, the only one of the 3 carved as if she is doing something rather than lying in state. Whether that was the sculptor's idea or hers, nobody recorded. What Richard left behind him spread the disaster outward from that tent for years. He died with no legitimate child, and the crown and the vast Angevin lands, England, Normandy, Anjou, Aquitaine, half of France in practice, fell to his younger brother John, the man he had named in his last days over the boy Arthur of Brittany, his nephew, who had at least an equal claim. That single deathbed choice lit a war. Arthur, backed by the King of France, fought for his inheritance, was captured by John in 1202, and then vanished, almost certainly murdered on John's orders, by one account stabbed by the king's own hand in a drunken rage and thrown into the Seine with a stone tied to him, a 16-year-old prince erased to secure a throne. John went on to lose Normandy, lose Anjou, quarrel with the Pope until England was placed under interdict, tax his barons into open revolt, and end up at Runnymede putting his seal to Magna Carta with a knife at his throat, then dying of dysentery in the middle of a civil war he had started, his baggage train and possibly his crown lost in the tidal mud of the Wash. Everything that made John a byword for bad kingship flowed downstream from the moment a frying-pan bolt went into his brother's shoulder at a nothing castle in the Limousin. Had that second bolt missed, or had Richard worn his mail that evening, the whole shape of English and French history bends somewhere else. It did not miss. The pardon lasted about as long as the king did. With Richard dead, Mercadier had the crossbowmen seized. The chronicle that records the mercy records the sequel in the same breath. The boy was flayed alive and then hanged. Flaying was not a metaphor. It meant the systematic removal of a living man's skin with knives, usually beginning at the limbs, peeled in strips while the victim remained conscious, since the skin can be taken off a body for a long while before blood loss or shock bring the end, and the executioners of that era knew how to pace themselves. Whatever was left at the finish was strung up. 1 or 2 sources say simply that he was hanged, and one says Richard's men kept him in chains all along, intending to kill him whatever the king said, so even the boy's fate dissolves into the general fog around this death. Either way, no one in that army considered a dead king's forgiveness binding, and the last recorded act of Richard's reign, a gesture of grace, was overturned before the body was cold by the very men weeping around it. The body itself was then taken apart. Medieval kings of great houses were often divided in death, dilaceratio corporis, the tearing of the body, so that more than one holy place could hold a piece of the royal dead, and more than one community could pray over him. Richard had left instructions. His entrails, the intestines and organs pulled out of the corpse in the first stage of embalming, stayed at Charlus, buried at the site of his humiliation, an arrangement contemporaries could not resist interpreting. Some said he left his bowels to the Limousin as a comment on what he thought of its people. His heart, cut from his chest, was packed and sent to the cathedral at Rouen, capital of his beloved Normandy. The rest of him travelled north to Fontevraud Abbey and was buried at the feet of his father, Henry II, the man he had warred against and, by some accounts, hastened into the grave. Whether laying Richard at Henry's feet forever was piety or punishment is a question his mother, who arranged it and was eventually buried beside them both, never explained. The heart is where this story suddenly turns into modern forensics. It sat at Rouen in a small casket of dull grey metal, was lost, and was found again in 1838 by an archivist digging around the cathedral, the box engraved in Latin, "Here is the heart of Richard, King of the English." Inside, after 6 centuries, the heart had decayed into a brownish powder, and in 2012, a French forensic pathologist named Philippe Charlier, a specialist in the autopsies of historical figures, was given about 2 grams of that powder to analyze, a pinch of a king. His team published in 2013. Radiocarbon dating was impossible. The sample was too degraded and too small, and no DNA worth having survived. But the chemistry spoke. The powder held fragments of linen, so the heart had been wrapped in cloth. Pollen of myrtle, daisy and mint. Frankincense, the resin of the nativity, found in this context on no other medieval body anyone has tested. Creosote and mercury, both fighting putrefaction, and lime. Whoever prepared that heart in 1199 did carefully layered work, packing the organ to preserve it, and, just as deliberately, to make it smell holy, wrapping a piece of a real, rotting man in the perfume of sanctity. The sweet odour that medieval people believed rose from the bodies of saints. Charlier remarked that the embalmers of that period were, by trade, usually cooks and butchers, men who knew their way around the inside of a carcass, and that these particular butchers had done beautiful work. One thing the analysis did not find was poison. A durable legend held that the fatal bolt had been poisoned, that mere gangrene was too small a thing to kill the Lionheart, and the team looked for arsenic and the other classic residues, and found nothing beyond the mercury used in embalming. They were careful to say a poisoning could not be absolutely excluded at 6 centuries distance, and they could not name the bacterium that actually killed him. So even under a 21st century electron microscope, the death keeps a margin of shadow. Add the rest of the untidiness. Chronicles written years or decades later, several of them shaped by men with political scores to settle, 4 names for one archer, 2 motives for one siege, a treasure no one has produced, a pardon that may or may not have been given and was violated if it was. Strip it all down, and what remains certain is small and hard. A man who commanded the age was killed at a nothing castle by a boy with a frying pan, and it took 11 days of visible smellable decay to do it, and his own mother watched the end. Mercadier is the other half of Richard's reputation, and nobody has ever managed to launder him. He commanded a routier company, one of the free mercenary bands that had become the real muscle of French and Angevin warfare. Professional soldiers drawn from Brabant and Aragon and the Basque country, who fought for pay and lived off whatever ground they occupied. The Church had condemned them formally. The Great Council of 1179 ordering the faithful to take arms against such companies and stripping them of Christian burial, because their normal method of operating was to strip a district bare, burn the villages, torture peasants for hidden grain and coin, and move on. Richard used them constantly and valued them openly, and Mercadier was his favourite, the man he trusted with the dirtiest work for a decade. The flaying of the crossbowman was Mercadier keeping faith with a dead employer in the only currency he understood. He did not enjoy the peace long. Within about a year, in Bordeaux, in the company of Eleanor herself during the Easter festival, Mercadier was set upon in the street and stabbed to death by a soldier of a rival captain, another routier with a grudge, and the man who had flayed a boy alive for the honour of a king went down in an alley over a mercenary's quarrel. As for the pieces of Richard, they had varying luck. The heart at Rouen survived, lost and rediscovered, and eventually reduced to that brown powder a French pathologist would one day analyze. The entrails at Chailloux stayed put, in the church of the castle he had died taking. The body at Fontevraud lay under a painted effigy beside his father, and in time his mother. The 3 of them carved in stone with their eyes open and books in their hands, one of the great sights of medieval funerary art, and the effigies are still there today. The bodies underneath them are not. During the French Revolution, the abbey was sacked, the royal tombs broken open, the bones of the Plantagenets pulled out and scattered and lost, so that the graves at Fontevraud are now beautiful empty boxes. And the only physical trace of Richard the Lionheart left anywhere on earth is a few grams of powdered heart in a museum case in Rouen, roughly 2 teaspoons of the man who once made the whole Mediterranean nervous. Eleanor at least got to hold her son. In the story Waiting Next, mothers spent years finding out that daughters they had sent away to a castle in the hills of Upper Hungary were never coming home. And the woman those castles belonged to has been called, ever since, the most prolific female serial killer who ever lived, by people who believe the accusations, and one of the most thoroughly framed women in European history by people who do not. Erzsébet Báthory, Elizabeth in English, was born in 1560 into a family that sat at the absolute summit of Hungarian power, and I mean the summit. Her uncle Stephen was Prince of Transylvania and then elected King of Poland, one of the most capable rulers of the century. Her relatives filled the ranks of cardinals, judges and warlords across the shattered three-way Hungary of that era, a country carved up between the Habsburgs in the west, the Ottomans in the middle, and the semi-independent princes of Transylvania in the east. The Báthory name on its own could stop a court case. The family also carried, generation after generation, a strain of documented instability, seizures, rages, cruelty remarkable even by the standards of a violent age, and centuries of cousin marriage sat behind all of it. Elizabeth herself is reported to have suffered fits as a child, sudden blinding tempers, possibly epilepsy. She was also, by every account, brilliant, literate in Hungarian, Latin and German at a time when most princes of the realm could barely write their names, and she was considered a great beauty. At around 11 she was betrothed. At 15 she was married to Count Ferenc Nadasdy, heir to another of the kingdom's great fortunes, and the wedding drew thousands of guests. The groom's gift to his bride was his castle of Countess, a hilltop fortress in the Little Carpathians, in what is now Slovakia, with 17 villages attached. Keep the picture of that castle in mind. She would die inside it. Nadasdy spent most of the marriage away at war, and his war was the endless meat-grinder frontier against the Ottomans, where he earned the nickname the Black Knight of Hungary. Stories travelled home about his conduct with prisoners, that he danced with Turkish corpses, that he played catch with severed heads, and while soldiers' legends inflate, nobody at the time considered him a gentleman, and the discipline he applied to his own household servants was savage even for a period when beating servants was a legal right. One detail from the household accounts survives in testimony, a technique attributed to him called star kicking, in which pieces of oiled paper were wedged between a servant's toes and set alight, so that the victim kicked and convulsed at the flames. That was the marital culture of the house. Elizabeth ran the estates during his absences, and she ran them competently, vast properties, thousands of dependents, correspondence, lawsuits, defense arrangements in a war zone. She bore at least 5 children. She wrote her husband letters about the little ones. And somewhere inside that same busy, functioning life, according to what dozens and then hundreds of people would later swear, a private slaughterhouse was operating. People always want to know how a woman becomes the thing Elizabeth is accused of being, and the honest answer is that the record does not give you a tidy origin, only a set of conditions. She was raised in a family with generations of documented violence and instability behind it, cousin married to cousin for so long that the line carried its own dark inheritance, and she is said to have had fits, possibly seizures, from childhood. She was handed at 15 to a husband who was away at war for most of their marriage, a man whose own reputation for cruelty to prisoners and servants was remarkable in a cruel age. The Black Knight, who reportedly taught his household the trick of setting oiled paper alight between a servant's toes. In that house, the beating of servants was not a crime. It was a right, exercised daily, legally, across the whole nobility, and the line between lawful discipline and lethal cruelty was drawn by nothing but the temperament of the person holding the stick. A great lady running vast estates through decades of frontier war, with absolute power over hundreds of dependents who had no legal recourse against her whatsoever, with a family history of instability and a husband who modeled savagery as normal household management, is a person with every external restraint removed. Whatever was in her met no wall anywhere. Serfs could not testify against her. Officials were her creatures. The only limit on what she could do to the girls in her care was what she herself chose to stop at, and the accusation, in the end, is that she chose to stop at very little, for a very long time, and that the machinery of her own power hid it until the victims started coming from families that machinery could not ignore. The accusations, as assembled from the witness depositions taken between 1610 and 1611, describe a system, and the system began with recruitment. Peasant families across her territories were approached by women in the Countess's service, offered good wages for their daughters to work at the castle as maids and seamstresses, an honest opportunity in a poor country. The girls, mostly between about 10 and 14 years old, went to Chaktica or to her other residences at Sava, Nemetkarestur, and the townhouse in Vienna. Then, in case after case, the families heard nothing, or heard that the girl had died of cholera, or simply never saw her again. Servants testified to the punishments that operated inside those walls, and I will give you the testimony as the record preserves it, because softening it would falsify what the witnesses actually swore to. Girls were beaten with cudgels on the soles of the feet, on the palms, across the body, sometimes to a count in the hundreds, until, in the words of one deposition, their bodies burst. One account describes a girl taking 200 blows before dying. Needles were driven under fingernails, with the taunt recorded that if the little whore did not like it, she could pull them out, and when a girl did, her fingers were cut. Lips and tongues were pierced. Flesh was torn with silver pincers and cut with scissors, and testimony describes the Countess biting chunks from girls' faces, shoulders and breasts with her own teeth, and forcing at least one girl to cook and eat a piece of her own body. Servants described girls stripped naked, smeared with honey, and tied outdoors for the insects. And in winter came the method several witnesses describe independently. Girls stood naked in the snow or in tubs in the courtyard and doused with cold water, over and over, until they froze into place and died of exposure, sculptures of themselves by morning. Winter turned the courtyard of Chaktice into an instrument in its own right. And the freezing testimony is the method the witnesses returned to most often and described most consistently. A girl would be stripped and walked out into the snow or stood in a wooden tub, and water was poured over her slowly, deliberately, in the killing cold of the Carpathian winter. And then more water, and the servants would pour and wait and pour again, while the water froze on her skin, and then froze her to the ground, until the girl stood locked in a shell of ice, unable to fall, and died on her feet over what must have been hours. In the morning there was a statue to break loose and carry away. Several witnesses, questioned separately in different years, described that same scene, and partly for that reason even the skeptics tend to concede that the freezing at least probably happened. Other testimony described the honey treatment, a girl coated in honey and left bound in a storeroom or outdoors so that insects and vermin came to her, kept alive in that state as long as she lasted. One deposition gives the sewing needles driven up beneath the nails and the taunt that followed, and the pincers heating in a brazier, and the biting, the Countess herself, in the depositions of more than one servant, sinking her teeth into the cheeks and shoulders and breasts of girls when the beating exhausted her arms, tearing away what she could reach. One deposition holds that a girl, punished for some small theft or spoiled work, had coins heated red and pressed into her palm, or was made to hold a red-hot iron, the object being not merely pain, but a slow, deliberate ugliness applied to a young body over days. The Chakticha pastor is one of the few people in this entire story who left words of his own, and his position was unenviable. Janos Ponikenos served the parish in the village directly beneath the castle, a Lutheran minister with no power whatsoever over the woman on the hill, and the burials came to him. He was expected to bury the girls who died up there, quietly, with the causes given as cholera or some unnamed sickness, and to ask nothing. His own account describes the count becoming impossible to ignore, one young woman after another, 9 of them by one telling, all in service at the castle, all healthy on arrival, all dead of something nobody would name. He resisted. He raised it. He was reportedly threatened for raising it, and he wrote that he was frightened, the only honest thing a village pastor could have been in that situation. His letters, written to his superiors, became part of the material that eventually reached the ears of the men who could act years later. His reward for that was to spend the rest of his career in a village convinced their church stood on a mass grave, and to be present when the Countess's body was brought down for burial, and the villagers refused to allow it, and, on the traditional account, to preach at the funeral of a woman he believed had made a charnel house of the castle over his head. Whether he was a brave man or merely a cautious one who eventually ran out of ways to look away, the record does not quite settle. The disposal is where the whole machine kept jamming, and the details of it are as grim as the killings. A castle producing corpses of young women on a regular schedule has a problem no amount of rank makes go away, and the servant's testimony traces the escalating solutions. First, the bodies went into the churchyard with rites, and the local Lutheran minister buried them, one after another, until he could no longer pretend not to notice how many young women were dying in the Countess's service, and of what. When he balked and preached about it, The burials went underground in the literal sense. Bodies dug into grain storage pits, slipped under floorboards, buried in the kitchen garden and the orchard at night. In at least one account, the corpses were kept too long before disposal and began to swell and stink under the beds where they had been shoved, and the smell moved through the castle, and still the household went on around it. Bodies were reportedly dropped into the water channels, and one especially ugly line of testimony has them thrown over the castle wall down the hillside, where dogs and wolves and carrion birds found them, so that villagers below saw animals in the district carrying away what were unmistakably human remains. A hand, a length of limb, and understood and said nothing they dared put a name to, because the hill above them belonged to a Báthory. Such is the picture the trial testimony builds, whether you finally credit all of it or half of it or a quarter of it. An aristocratic household in which the ordinary machinery of a great estate, the recruiting of servants, the keeping of accounts, the burying of the dead, had been quietly bent into the service of killing girls and hiding them, running for years in plain view of a countryside that had no power to intervene. The tortures were not always hidden away in cellars. Witnesses placed some of them in daylight, in the sewing rooms, with the Countess present participating, and sometimes, they said, unable to stop once she began, beating until her own clothes were soaked and the walls needed scrubbing, having her shirt changed and returning to continue. 4 names recur throughout the testimony as her inner circle of helpers. Ilona Jo, the widow who had been wet nurse to her own children. Dorothea Sentes, called Dorko, a washerwoman of great physical strength. Katalin Benica, another washerwoman, and a young man named János Újvári called Fichko, a servant described as dwarfish and simple who did the heavy work. These 4 managed the recruiting, the punishments, and increasingly the disposal problem, because a system like this produces bodies on a schedule, and the bodies became the operation's fatal administrative weakness. At first, the dead received quiet Christian burials, and the local Lutheran pastors performed them, and then the pastors began to count. One minister at Chachtica eventually refused to keep burying girls dead of mysterious causes, and said so from the pulpit, in the Countess's presence, and was threatened for it. After that, witnesses described bodies buried at night in grain pits and garden plots, hidden under beds while they ripened, dropped into channels, and, in one account, tipped over the walls to the wolves, and dogs in the district were seen carrying things they should not have had. For decades, none of it went anywhere, and the reasons explain how the alleged count climbed so high. Serfs could not testify against a great noble in any way that mattered. The local officials were her tenants, her debtors, or her relatives. Complaints from grieving peasant families had the legal weight of wind. Rumors reached high places for years. A Lutheran superintendent had been collecting accounts and pressing the case since the early 1600s, and nothing moved, because the woman at the center of it was a Báthory, recently widowed. Nadasti died in 1604 and personally connected to the Prince of Transylvania, with whom the Habsburg crown was intermittently at war. Prosecuting her was a diplomatic and financial calculation before it was ever a legal one. What finally broke the stalemate, according to the traditional telling, was a change in the victims. Around 1609, the supply of peasant girls willing to enter service in those castles was drying up, families had learned, and the Countess opened what witnesses called a gymnasium, a finishing school at Cháktis, for the daughters of the lesser nobility, girls sent to learn courtly manners in a great house, as was normal. Then the daughters of gentlemen started dying too. One reported cover story that a noble girl had killed the others out of jealousy over jewelry and then killed herself was apparently too much even for that world. Dead peasants were a rumor. Dead gentry were a scandal with legal standing, and the machinery of the kingdom finally turned toward the little Carpathians. The Countess did not confine the alleged killing to remote castles in the hills. She kept a townhouse in the capital on a narrow lane near the Franciscan monastery, and the street carries a name to this day that local legend ties to her: Blutgasse, Blood Alley, though the historical origin of that name is disputed and probably older than she is. The stories attached to the Vienna residence claim that the screams from the house grew loud enough that the monks next door, on more than one night, hurled their chamber pots and whatever else came to hand against the walls in protest, not to summon help, simply to make the noise stop so they could sleep, and that this was the closest thing to intervention a woman of her rank ever provoked in a city full of authorities. Whether Blood Alley truly earned its name from her, the image of clergy flinging pots at a wall to drown out what was happening on the other side of it captures the whole horror of her impunity better than any body count. People heard, people knew, and for years nobody with the power to act found it worth the trouble. The witnesses also named a teacher, and the teacher is one of the more sinister figures in the whole file, precisely because she is so nearly invisible. Anna Darvulia was a woman from the countryside, reputed a witch, who entered the Countess's service and, according to the servant's testimony, was the one who escalated everything, who knew which tortures killed slowly and which killed fast, who taught the mistress the freezing water method and the worst of the rest. Darvulia was said to have been the closest companion of the Countess's middle years, and when she went blind and then died of a stroke sometime before the investigation, she passed conveniently beyond the reach of any court, so that the 4 servants on the rack could load the invention of the cruelty onto a dead woman with no risk to anyone living. Maybe she was the true engine of it. Maybe she was a convenient ghost. The record lets you believe either. The volume of testimony is genuinely hard to hold in the mind. Over the course of the investigation, the tally of people deposed climbed past 300, and the counties of Upper Hungary emptied their memories into the notary's ledgers. A church official who had counted 9 burials of young women in his own churchyard and grown afraid. Castle folk who described the Countess travelling with a sick girl carried in a chest because she could not bear to interrupt the punishment for a journey. A woman who spoke of victims whose mouths were sewn or whose bodies were kept half alive for days. Some of it is plainly the countryside's collected nightmares, the way a monstrous rumour gathers detail as it rolls. Some of it comes from people describing what they swore they had personally carried out to the woods and buried. The 2 kinds of testimony are braided together so tightly in the record that pulling them apart has occupied historians for a century, and every attempt to declare the whole thing pure fabrication has to explain the sheer number of separate mouths, and every attempt to take it entirely at face value has to explain the confessions torn out under red-hot pincers and the trial that never touched the one person who supposedly kept the ledger. Her afterlife in legend outran the facts almost immediately and never looked back. The blood-bathing story, once Tarozzi printed it in 1729, fused with the older folklore of the region and with the vampire panics that swept the Habsburg lands in those same decades. The years when Austrian officials were officially exhuming and staking corpses in Serbian villages, and the word vampire was entering Western languages. A Hungarian countess who allegedly drained girls to preserve her youth was ready-made raw material, and later writers ran with it until she became a fixture of the horror imagination, invoked as an influence on Dracula, painted as a laughing sadist bathing in gore. The real woman, whatever she did, was a literate, capable administrator who ran vast estates through decades of war, wrote tender letters to her children, and died sealed behind a wall without ever answering a single charge in open court. Both of those women now share one name, and the louder one has almost entirely eaten the quieter. The man who turned it was György Thurzó, Palatine of Hungary, the highest officer of the kingdom under the crown, and, awkwardly for every simple version of this story, a friend of the family. He had corresponded warmly with Elizabeth for years. He was related to her by marriage. In 1610, acting on orders from King Matthias in Vienna, Thurzó opened a formal investigation, and his notaries began riding through the counties taking depositions. By the autumn, they had gathered testimony from over 50 witnesses. By the following year, the total passed 300. Priests, nobles, castle officials, servants, townspeople. Most of what they offered was hearsay, what they had heard, what the district said, whose daughter had gone and never returned, but scattered through it were people claiming direct knowledge, men who had buried the bodies, women who had washed the floors. And then, rather than waiting for the legal process he had set in motion, Thurzó moved suddenly. On the night of December the 29th, 1610, he arrived at Chachtichs with armed men and, in the account that went out over his signature, caught the household in the act. His letter to his wife, written within days, states that they found one girl dead in the manor house and another dying of her wounds, and other women imprisoned and broken. Later, grander tellings put a girl dead in the doorway itself and bodies in the cellars. The Countess was placed under arrest in her own castle. Her 4 servants were taken away in chains to Thurzó's seat at Bicsa, and what happened to them there happened fast. Everything downstream depends on what Thurzó actually walked into that night, and the accounts do not agree. Thurzó's own letter to his wife, the earliest and most restrained source, describes finding 1 dead girl and 1 dying in the manor, plus imprisoned women bearing the marks of torture. Later retellings escalate steadily. A girl dead in the doorway, her body stumbled over on entry, more corpses in the cellars, the Countess caught mid-act, blood still fresh. The escalation is exactly what you would expect whether the crime was real and the story grew in the telling, or the crime was thin and the story was inflated to justify what followed, so the raid proves less than either side wants. What is documented is what Thurzo did next, and it was strange for a man who had just supposedly caught a monster. He did not haul the Countess to Vienna for the public trial and execution his king was demanding. He put her under house arrest in her own castle, seized the 4 servants, and hurried them to his own seat at Báthory, where, in the first days of January 1611, they were racked into confession and tried and killed inside a single week, fast enough that no one could re-question them and slow enough only to be legal. The speed has always troubled people. Dead witnesses cannot recant, cannot be cross-examined by anyone acting for the Countess, cannot complicate the story with the next question. Whatever the truth, the machinery ensured that the only people who could speak to what happened inside those castles from first-hand knowledge were converted into ash within days of being caught. And the one person with the most to answer for was never put in a position to answer at all. They were interrogated under torture, and within days, in early January 1611, they were tried, and the trial of the servants is the closest thing to a courtroom this entire case ever produced, because the Countess herself was never tried at all. And we will get to why. Under questioning, the 4 confessed and accused each other, and their numbers, extracted on the rack, are the only insider body counts that exist. Fixco said he knew of 37 girls killed, 5 buried in pits, 2 in a garden, others in the church at night. Ilona Jo, the nurse, said 50 or more, and described the Countess driving needles into a girl's arms herself. Dorco's count ran to 36. Each of them, notably, minimized their own hands and blamed the mistress and the others, the way tortured people do, and the way guilty people do, and those 2 facts sit on top of each other and refuse to separate. Asked where the mistress had learned her methods, they pointed at a half-mad forest woman called Anna Darvulia, said to have been the Countess's teacher in cruelty, conveniently long dead by a stroke and beyond questioning. The court heard it all in 2 sittings and passed sentence the same week. Ilona Jo and Dorco, as the principal instruments, were condemned to have their fingers torn from their hands, one by one, with red-hot pincers, the fingers that had, in the court's words, dipped in the blood of Christians, and then to be thrown alive onto a fire. That sentence was carried out in public. Fixco, judged younger and less responsible, received the mercy of beheading before his body joined them in the flames. Catalin Benica alone was spared, sentenced to prison, because other witnesses swore she had been beaten and coerced by the rest. A 5th accused, a woman called Ergi Majorova, the widow of a tenant farmer who had allegedly supplied victims late in the operation, was caught afterward and burned as well, with a further refinement to her death recorded in some accounts that I will spare you, not out of restraint, but because the sourcing on it is thin. Now, the number. Somewhere in the blizzard of testimony, a servant girl named Susanna mentioned a book, a private register in which the Countess was said to have recorded her dead, and the figure attached to that register was 650. A court official was supposed to have seen it. The official never testified. The book was never produced, then or ever. 650 entered the record as a rumor of a document. third hand at its origin, and then went on to conquer the world, because it is the number that put Elizabeth Báthory into the record books as the most prolific female killer in history, and it rests on a ledger no living person has ever laid eyes on. The formal proceedings themselves worked with a firmer, smaller horror. The sentencing document speaks of around 80 girls, and even the most hostile contemporary estimates from officials on the ground ran to about 200. 80 against 650. Both figures describe an atrocity. Only one of them has paperwork. Katalin Benica is the one loose thread nobody pulls hard enough. She was the fourth servant, the washerwoman spared the fire, and the reason given at Bitcher was that the other three had beaten her and forced her into what she did. A court willing to tear the fingers off two women with hot pincers looked at a third, heard that she had been coerced by her fellow servants, and sent her to prison instead. Somebody in that room was still capable of drawing a distinction. What became of her afterward, how long she lived, whether she ever spoke about any of it again, nobody wrote down. The estates, meanwhile, tell their own quiet story about who profited. The Nádasdy Báthory holdings were among the largest private fortunes in the kingdom, and the Crown of Hungary, chronically broke from a century of Ottoman war, owed the family an enormous sum, war loans advanced by the late Count Nádasdy that had never been repaid. A convicted traitor's lands are forfeit to the crown. A debtor's death without a public reckoning lets the debt quietly evaporate. The Countess's own children, grown and married into powerful families, had every reason to want the whole matter closed without a trial that would attaint the bloodline and cost them their inheritance, and they cooperated with Thurzo's arrangement of a sealed, unpublicized house arrest precisely because it protected the estates and the name. So the outcome that looks, from one angle, like a monster being contained, looks from another angle like a very expensive problem being managed, the debts buried, the lands kept in friendly hands, the family name spared the disgrace of a public scaffold, and the woman herself removed from the board without anyone having to prove anything in open court. Both descriptions fit the same set of facts, and 4 centuries of historians have not agreed and probably never will. And the Countess? Nothing. She was never tried, never sentenced, never questioned, never even formally charged with anything she could answer. Thurzo had her walled into a suite of rooms in Countess castle, and the arrangement was described by contemporaries in terms that have chilled people ever since. Masons closed the windows and doors, small slits were left for ventilation and for food to be passed through, and the woman who owned the castle became a permanent, invisible resident of a few sealed rooms inside it. Some evidence softens the picture slightly. A pastor's visit in 1614 suggests she could move about within the castle and speak with people, so the total immurement may be partly legend layered onto a genuine house arrest. Either way, she never left. King Matthias pushed for a real trial and a death sentence. Thurzo and the families, Báthory and Nádasdy alike, pushed back, arguing that dragging a woman of that name into a public courtroom would disgrace the entire nobility, and the trial never came. She sat in those rooms for over 3 years, protesting her innocence in the letters that got out, attempting to make a will. 3.5 years passed like that. whether she was truly bricked into a single suite with only a slot for food, as the grimmest version holds, or kept under a looser confinement that let her move about the castle and receive the occasional visitor, as a pastor's account from 1614 suggests, the essential fact is the same. A woman who had commanded 17 villages and corresponded with the highest men in the kingdom lived out her last years shut inside the walls of a house she owned and could not leave. Her name a byword already spreading through Europe, her guilt fixed in the public mind and never once tested in a court where she could answer it. She spent the time protesting her innocence in the letters that got out and trying to arrange her will, dividing her property among her children, an ordinary act of an old noblewoman that the circumstances made grotesque. She was in her early 50s, and by the accounts still vigorous, still lucid, still herself. And then a cold night in August. On the 21st of August, 1614, she told one of her guards that her hands were cold. He told her to lie down. She was found dead in the morning, 54 years old. The local villagers raised such fury at the idea of her lying in the Chakteets church near her supposed victims that the body was eventually moved. And here the record performs its final vanishing act. Nobody knows where she is buried. The crypt at the family seat was opened in 1995. She was not in it. The burial itself turned into a small scandal that has never resolved. She was put, at first, in the church at Chakteets, in the village directly below her castle, among the people whose daughters she was accused of killing, and the village would not have it. The protests were loud enough and sustained enough that the body was taken up again and moved. And the destination given in most accounts is the Báthory family crypt at Ecsed, in the northeastern corner of Hungary, the ancestral seat where she had been born. That should have been the end of it. In 1995, the crypt was opened and examined, and she was not there. No remains matching her, no coffin, nothing. So the question of where Elizabeth Báthory actually lies is open, with the likeliest possibilities being an unmarked spot somewhere around Chakteets, a reburial in a family holding whose records are gone, or a grave deliberately left unrecorded by relatives who wanted no shrine and no target. A woman accused of hundreds of murders, dead in her own castle, and the aristocracy of an entire kingdom managed to lose the body. Chakteets church still gets visitors asking. The crypt beneath it has been searched more than once. Nothing, everything since has been a war over her corpse's reputation, and the two armies are still in the field. Bloodbaths appear nowhere in the trial record. The story everyone knows, the Countess bathing in the blood of virgins to keep her skin young, appears nowhere in 300 depositions, nowhere in the sentencing, nowhere in any document of her lifetime. It surfaces more than a century later, in 1729, in a book by a Jesuit scholar named Laszlo Turoczi, who collected local legends around Chakteecha, and from there it flowed into the Gothic bloodstream of Europe and never left, picking up Iron Maidens and vampire cousins along the way. The bathing is folklore with a birth certificate dated 1729. The torture testimony is another matter entirely, and this is where you get to choose your Hungary. One school points at the machinery of the case, a Palatine who moved against her within 2 years of taking office, a crown that owed the Nadasti Báthory estate a fortune in unpaid war debts that death and disgrace would conveniently bury, a Habsburg court at odds with her nephew Gábor Báthory, the Prince of Transylvania, whose enemies could only profit from the family name drowning in blood. Confessions carved out of servants on the rack, and then the witnesses burned before anyone could re-question them. No trial for the principal, ever, and her lands parcelled among relatives and the crown while she was still alive behind the wall. Powerful widows with vast estates made attractive targets everywhere in that century, and Hungary's own courts were burning ordinary women as witches on far less. The other school points at the sheer human mass of the accusations, 300 witnesses across multiple counties and years, servants and clergy and nobles with no shared paymaster, describing consistent methods, consistent names, consistent burial sites, plus dead and dying girls reported at the arrest itself by multiple observers. Fabricating that, they argue, would have required a conspiracy of a scale and discipline 17th century Hungary never managed at anything else. Both schools include serious historians. The documents can be made to carry either story, and after 400 years they have been made to, endlessly. What nobody disputes is the picture at the very center. A woman of immense power sealed alive inside her own castle by men of immense power, dying alone at the center of an accusation the size of a mountain, and taking whatever the truth was into an unmarked grave that 4 centuries of searching has never found. Countess today is a shell on its hilltop, roofless walls above the vineyards, and Central Europe is scattered with ruins like it, places that outlived their stories. 2,000 kilometers to the east, on a limestone plateau above the Black Sea, stands another one, and the story that ended there in 1475 closed the book on an entire people. A nation that had already outlived its own extinction by 1,000 years. The Goths, in the version of history most of us absorbed, are a finished subject by the year 600. They came out of the north, they shattered Rome, a Visigoth army sacked the city itself in 410, they built kingdoms in Spain and Italy, and then those kingdoms fell, to Byzantine armies, to Arab armies, and the Goths dissolved into the populations of medieval Europe and stopped existing as a people. Except one group never made the trip. When Theodoric marched the Ostrogoths west to conquer Italy in the 490s, a portion of the nation stayed behind on the Crimean Peninsula in the mountains along the Black Sea, and the historian Procopius, writing from Constantinople in the 500s, describes them there plainly. Goths of Crimea, 3,000 fighting men, farmers now rather than nomads, hospitable, Christian, allies of the empire. And then, while every other Gothic society on earth went extinct, these people carried on, century after century, through the Huns, the Khazars, the Mongols, through the entire Middle Ages, in the same mountains, a fossil population of the ancient Germanic world, speaking a language descended from the tongue of the 4th century, tucked into one of the most invaded landscapes on the planet. They lasted so long that when their end finally came, gunpowder had been invented to deliver it. The 5th and 6th centuries in that part of the world were an abattoir. The Huns had come through the Crimean steppe in the 370s, shattering the Gothic kingdom that then dominated the region and driving the great westward flight of the Goths into the Roman Empire, the movement that ends with a sacked Rome. The people who became the Crimean Goths were the ones who did not run or could not, and who went up into the mountains instead and let the storm pass beneath them. Procopius, writing in Constantinople in the 500s, describes them settled and farming, 3,000 fighting men, supplying troops to the emperor when asked, and he mentions almost in passing that the Emperor Justinian paid for fortifications along their country, long walls closing the mountain passes, because a Christian buffer state in those mountains was worth money to Constantinople. So they became imperial clients, useful and far enough away to be tolerated, and that arrangement, keep the passes, take the subsidy, send men when the empire calls, is essentially the deal they renewed with one overlord after another for the next 900 years. Khazar, Byzantine, Mongol, Genoese neighbor, whoever happened to be strongest that century. Survival by usefulness, in the high ground, with the walls kept in repair. Their country was vertical. The Crimean mountains rise between the coast and the steppe, and the Goths and their neighbors built on the high ground, on flat-topped limestone plateaus with cliff faces on all sides. And they did not just build on the rock, they built into it. The region is dotted with what are called the cave cities, hundreds of chambers cut directly into the stone, storerooms, chapels, crypts, casemates, whole honeycombed districts, with masonry towns on the plateau surfaces above. By the late Middle Ages, the largest of these, a plateau called Mangup, nearly 600 meters up, with sheer drops of 70 meters off its edges, had become the capital of a small state the documents call the Principality of Theodoro, or simply Gothia. Its ruling family, the Gabras, claimed descent from Byzantine aristocracy. Its church was Orthodox, its official language Greek, its blood a blend of Goth and Allan and Greek, and everything else the mountains had absorbed, and its neighbors called its people Goths as a matter of plain description. Theodoro was small, perhaps 150,000 souls at its height, but it mattered. Its princesses married outward. One, Maria of Mangup, became the wife of Stephen the Great of Moldavia, one of the era's most formidable rulers, and her burial shroud with its portrait survives in a Romanian monastery. Another connection linked the family to the imperial dynasties of Trebizond and, prospectively, Constantinople itself. A traveller in 1421 described the prince of that mountain keeping a court with 300 nobles. On its cliff, behind walls that closed the few climbable approaches, Theodoro must have felt close to unconquerable. Then Constantinople fell in 1453, and the Black Sea began turning into an Ottoman lake, and the mountain's clock started running. For a small state, Theodoro married astonishingly high, and the women it sent out into the world lived and died in the full light of better documented courts. so we can still see their faces. Maria of Mangup, a daughter of the ruling house, went north in 1472 to marry Stephen the Great of Moldavia, and her embroidered funeral portrait survives in a monastery in Romania, a young woman in Byzantine court dress, hands folded, worked in gold and silk thread by mourners who knew her, so that a princess of a vanished Crimean people looks out at us across 5.5 centuries with a specific human face, while her entire nation has otherwise dissolved into ground and rumour. Another daughter of the house was sought as a bride by the courts of Muscovy, and considered for the last dynasty of Byzantium itself before the empire fell. These were not the marriages of a backwater. Theodoro's rulers sat one careful step removed from the imperial families of the whole Orthodox world, and when Constantinople went down in 1453, some of the last legitimate imperial blood ran in the veins of a family living on a limestone plateau above the Black Sea. And the mountain's fall 2 decades later closed a door on something far larger than one town. It ran out in 1475. That spring, an Ottoman armada under the Grand Vizier Gedik Ahmed Pasha, a commander with a flawless and terrifying record, crossed to Crimea and took the great Genoese trading city of Kaffa in under a week. Kaffa was one of the largest cities on the Black Sea, and its fall came with scenes that set the tone for the campaign. The Christian population plundered, thousands of children shipped to Constantinople, the Italian merchants stripped of everything. Through the summer, the other coastal strongholds went down one by one. By autumn, only the mountain was left. Mangup had a new prince that year, Alexander, who had rushed home from Moldavia with a bodyguard of 300 soldiers lent by his brother-in-law Stephen, and those 300 Moldavians, plus the town's own people, plus refugees who had fled up from the falling coast, were the entire garrison of the last free fragment of the Byzantine world. The Ottoman army that arrived at the foot of the plateau brought cannon. The siege lasted roughly half a year, and the fact that it lasted half a year is astonishing. Gedik Ahmed Pasha, conqueror of Kaffa, was held on that slope from midsummer into December. The sources and the archaeology together sketch 5 separate assaults up the ravines, 5 bloody failures. The defenders threw them back from the walls. Excavators working the hillside approaches have pulled Ottoman-type arrowheads and cannonballs out of the ground below the fortifications, and inside the walls, the burn layers. At one point, the Ottomans tried theatre instead of force, faking a general withdrawal, and when the defenders poured out of the gates to harry the retreat, the ambush closed on them in the open ground, and the survivors who fought their way back inside the walls left many behind. Still, the town held. What the cannon and the assaults could not do, hunger did. Thousands of people were packed onto a plateau built to feed hundreds. Winter was arriving, and the granaries emptied. In December 1475, starved past endurance, Mangup surrendered, reportedly on terms, lives spared, the prince honorably treated. What actually followed, the Ottoman chronicler Ashik Pashazadeh records without embarrassment. The troops were let loose on the city. A large share of the population, and the accounts speak of the greater part of a population of many thousands, was cut down in the streets and houses of the plateau. The rest went into chains for the slave markets. Archaeologists working in the ruins have found what that sentence looks like in the ground: hastily dug collective graves, skeletons of men, women, and children, bearing sword and blade trauma, buried without ceremony in the wreck of their own city, and over one district, a layer of ash where the fires burned through. The archaeology of that December has grown more specific with every excavation season, and it spares no one. Inside the walls, in the wreckage of the churches and houses on the plateau, diggers have found the burn layer thick over whole districts, and beneath and within it the dead, not laid out in graves but where they fell or where survivors hastily shoveled them under. One large pit near the main basilica held bodies together in a tangle, men and women and children mixed, some with the clean, deep cuts of blades to the skull and the long bones, the marks a sword leaves when it comes down on someone who is no longer able to defend the blow, someone kneeling or running or already down. The famine that preceded the surrender had already thinned them. The bones show it. And then, after months of holding an empire's army on a cliff, they opened the gates on a promise, and the promise was answered with the sack. The greater part of a town of several thousand, cut down in its own streets in the space of a day or two, in the last week of a siege that had begun in summer. The survivors were roped together and walked down off the mountain they had defended toward the coast and the slave ships, past the unburied bodies of the ones who had not been kept. Crimea's slave markets were among the busiest in the world in that century, feeding the Ottoman and Mediterranean demand, and the people of Mangup joined that river of the sold, scattered across the empire as household slaves and galley labor and worse, their language and their names dissolving into other people's households within a generation. Prince Alexander was taken alive, and for him and his family the Ottomans had specific plans. They were shipped to Constantinople, and there, in the capital his church had considered the center of the earth, Alexander was beheaded. His young son was reportedly spared for conversion to Islam and a life in the palace system. His wife and daughters disappeared into the Sultan's harem. A dynasty that had married into the courts of Moldavia and Trebizond ended as a line item in the imperial household accounts. Stephen the Great, who had lent his 300 men and lost nearly all of them, learned that his sister-in-law and her children were slaves, and his brother-in-law was dead. And the fortress the Moldavians had died defending became an Ottoman garrison post, its cathedral a mosque, its dungeon caves, in the following centuries, a prison where the sultans kept inconvenient ambassadors and princes. The people, though, the wider Gothic population scattered through the mountain villages, did not vanish in 1475, and this is where the story stops being a siege and becomes a genuine puzzle, one of the strangest in European linguistics. 90 years after Mangup fell, in the 1560s, the Habsburg ambassador in Constantinople, a Flemish scholar-diplomat named Ogier Ghiselin de Busbecq, the same man who helped introduce the tulip to Europe, heard a rumor that made his ears prick. A people in Crimea whose speech resembled German, Busbek was a Fleming. His own mother tongue was Germanic. He had to know. He tracked down 2 envoys from the peninsula who were in the capital on business, and one of them, a Greek by origin, who had learned the mountain tongue, sat with him and gave him words, and Busbek wrote them down in a letter that still exists. About 80 words and a fragment of a song. Bread, house, rain, blood. Ada for egg. Handa for hands. Numbers running up through the teens. Anyone who knows Gothic from the ancient Bible translation of Bishop Wulfila can see the family resemblance immediately, and anyone who speaks Dutch or German can recognize cousins in the list. A millennium after the last Gothic kingdom in the West collapsed, a village language descended from the speech of the ancient Goths was still being used to raise children and buy eggs in the hills above the Black Sea, and one curious diplomat wrote down 80 words of it over what amounted to a working lunch. The words themselves are a voice from a dead nation, and there will never be another sentence of it. Busbek's informant gave him the numbers first, the way you always test a strange language, and they come out unmistakably Germanic. Eta, tua, tria, fida, feuf for 1 through 5, crisscrossing with the German and Dutch and English a listener already half knows. Bread was brød. An apple was apple, a house was 1 word, a ring another, silver and gold their own. The word for hand was handa, for rain, regen, for a star, stern, for God, simply that, near enough the word half of Europe still uses. And there were oddities the scholars still chew on, words that do not fit Gothic cleanly, that look borrowed from Iranian or Greek or Turkic neighbours, the ordinary residue of a small people living for 1,000 years pressed against larger ones, borrowing a word here and there the way anyone does. Busbek also caught a fragment of a song, a few lines his informant sang for him that Busbek could not fully make out and copied down as best he could, so that somewhere in his letter sits a scrap of a melody in a language nobody can now pronounce with confidence, the last song of the Crimean Goths, half transcribed by a diplomat over a working lunch in Constantinople in the 1560s, and never heard again. He meant to learn more. He wrote that he intended to seek the man out again for a fuller account. He never did, or never got the chance, and the door closed. Everything scholars have ever known about the spoken language of the last Goths fits on a single page, gathered by one curious man who happened to be in the right city and happened to care, and who nearly did not bother. Those 80 words are the entire surviving record. Nothing else survives in the language, no book, no letter, no gravestone before or since. Long before the Ottomans, these mountains had already taught the Goths what happened to people who defied an empire, and one episode in particular sets the pattern. In the 780s, the Crimean Goths were subjects of the Khazars, the powerful steppe empire that then controlled the peninsula, and they had a bishop named John, later canonized as Saint John of Gothia. Around 787, John led his people in a revolt against the Khazar garrison, briefly seized the fortress that guarded their chief pass, and for a moment threw the overlords out. It did not last. The Khazars returned in force, retook the strongholds, and John's own flock, to save themselves, handed him and his chief supporters over. 17 of his men were executed on the spot. John himself was thrown into prison in a coastal town, escaped across the Black Sea, and died in exile a few years later, his rebellion crushed and his people back under the yoke, having learned the cost of resistance a full 7 centuries before. Mangup would learn it again with cannon. The Goths survived by bending, generation after generation, to Khazar, and then Byzantine, and then Mongol, and then Genoese, and then Ottoman masters, a people whose entire long endurance was built on knowing when not to fight, which makes the 6-month stand at Mangup in 1475 all the more remarkable. The one time they chose to die rather than bend, and died. The plateau of Mangup itself, once you know the massacre happened there, is a landscape of purpose-built terror. Its caves were not only storerooms and chapels, the largest complex, cut into the sheer face below the citadel, functioned in the Ottoman centuries as a prison, and its most famous chamber is a great hall carved from living rock with barred openings over a 70-meter drop, where the sultans held distinguished captives, ambassadors from Moscow, Polish envoys, princes being kept on ice, men who sat in a cave in the sky above the ruins of a Christian principality and carved their names and grievances into the walls, some of which survive. To reach the plateau, even now you climb for the better part of an hour up ravines that funnel you into the ground where the defenders' arrows and the attackers' corpses once concentrated, and the ground still gives up their leavings, arrowheads, cannon shot, the burnt daub of houses. The neighboring plateau of Chufut Kayle, the Jewish fortress, took its later name from the Karaites, a small Jewish community who lived in its cave honeycombed cliffs for centuries and who were, by then, among the last inhabitants of any of these sky towns, tending their houses and their cemetery in the valley below, called the Valley of Jehoshaphat. Ancient oaks over thousands of graves, until they too drifted away in the 19th century and left the plateau to the goats and the wind. The whole region is a graveyard of communities that each thought their cliff was high enough. Nothing quite like the cave cities exists elsewhere in Europe. A traveller climbing to one of these plateaus arrives at the top of a limestone table with cliffs falling away on 3 sides, and finds the surface covered with the footings of ordinary houses, streets, cisterns, churches, the remains of a normal town. Then, walking to the edge, the traveller discovers that the cliff face beneath is riddled with chambers, hundreds of them, cut back into the rock in tiers, connected by stairs and passages carved through the stone, with square window openings looking out over a drop of 200 feet. Some were storerooms, cool and dry, holding grain and wine in rock-cut vats. Some were stables and byres, with tethering holes worn smooth. Some were chapels with altars and niches and crosses cut in the walls, and some were tombs, graves hollowed into the floors of those chapels, so that the dead lay under the feet of the living during services. Others were fighting positions, casemates set into the cliff below the walls so that defenders could shoot down into the ravines at anyone attempting the climb. Generations of people cut all of that out of solid rock with hand tools, and the total volume removed across the region runs to something enormous, an entire civilization's worth of quarrying done not to build up but to hollow out, on the reasonable theory that a wall can be knocked down and a mountain cannot. It worked for 1,000 years. It stopped working the moment somebody dragged cannon up to the foot of the slope. The mountains around Mangup hold older wounds, and the archaeology of the neighboring cave cities fills in what 1,000 years of survival actually cost. Eski Kerman, a sister plateau a few kilometers away, began as a Byzantine border fortress in the 500s and grew into a town of 2,000 or 3,000 people, with hundreds of chambers cut into its cliffs and a road worn into the rock by cartwheels, grooves you can still put your fingers in. In 1299, the armies of Nogai, warlord of the Golden Horde, came through Crimea on a punitive campaign, a revenge tour after the killing of his grandson, and Eski Kerman was one of the places that paid. Excavations in the town's burned layer have uncovered what the chronicle sources only gesture at: dwellings that collapsed in flame with people still inside, the skeletons of women and children under the fallen stone, skulls split by sabers, and, in one recently excavated house, the remains of a mother and children left unburied in the ruin, meaning nobody came back afterward to put them in the ground, meaning there was nobody left to come. The town never truly recovered, and its neighbor, Kirk Or, later called Chufut Kale, has its own siege story from the same campaign, preserved in a later account with a detail almost too strange to invent. The attackers, unable to storm the cliffs, supposedly spent days wearing the defenders down with continuous noise, music and drums through the nights, until the garrison, sleepless and frayed, missed the real assault when it finally came. Take that one with whatever quantity of salt you prefer. The massacre that followed is less negotiable. After Mangup fell, the mountain did not empty. It changed owners and kept its prisoners. The Ottomans garrisoned the plateau and turned its cathedral into a mosque and its cave complex into a state prison. And for 2 centuries the great powers of the north sent their envoys to the Crimean Khan, the Sultan's vassal. And when those envoys displeased their hosts, they were walked up the same ravines the Goths had died defending and shut into cells cut from the rock, with a sheer drop for a window. Russian ambassadors sat in those caves, so did a Lithuanian and various inconvenient princes. The garrison town on the plateau slowly withered as the strategic value drained away, and travelers who climbed up in the 1600s and 1700s found a shrinking population of Greeks, Armenians, Karaites, and Turks living among ruins whose original builders they could no longer name, a couple of generations being enough to erase the memory of who had raised the walls they now patched. The neighboring plateaus emptied faster. Eski Kerman, burned by Nogai's horsemen back in 1299, never truly revived and stood abandoned, its cart-rutted street and its hundreds of caves open to the weather. The whole upland became a landscape of hollow towns, and the Gothic-descended country people in the valleys below shifted their speech and their faith by slow attrition, a Tatar word replacing a Gothic one at market, a son marrying into a Muslim family, a grandchild who no longer knew the old numbers until the language survived only in the mouths of the very old, and then not even there. By the time Busbek collected his 80 words, the Goths of Crimea were the residue of a residue, a population that had already survived the Huns, the Khazars, the Mongols twice, and the Ottomans once, and after the 1560s, the record of them thins toward nothing in a way that historians find genuinely eerie, because a people is disappearing in slow motion across the historiography, and nobody at the time thought it worth documenting. A traveller here, a churchman there. A Polish envoy in the 1570s visits Mangup, by then a decaying Ottoman garrison village, and reports ancient ruins, whose names the local Greeks and Turks and Tatars no longer even knew, 2 generations after the fall. 17th century sources still mention Gothic-speaking villages persisting in the valleys, their inhabitants gradually shifting to the Tatar language and, in many cases, to Islam, household by household, marriage by marriage, the way languages actually die, quietly, one kitchen at a time. In the 1780s, a Catholic archbishop named Siestrentsevich traveled the newly Russian-annexed peninsula and reported meeting villagers near the coast whose speech and customs struck him as unlike their neighbors, people he took to be remnants of the Goths, and his is generally counted the last claimed sighting. By then the community, whatever remained of it, had just been dealt what was probably the killing blow, and it came not from a conqueror, but from a rescue. In 1778, the Russian Empire ordered the entire Christian population of Crimea, more than 30,000 people, Greeks and Armenians and whoever else prayed in a church, marched out of the peninsula and resettled on the Azov steppe to the north, a transfer organized on paper as a liberation of Christians from Tatar rule and experienced on the ground as a deportation, with all the death from exposure and disease that 18th century mass marches involved. The march north was sold as salvation and delivered as catastrophe. Russia, having just wrested Crimea from Ottoman influence, wanted the peninsula's Christian population, tens of thousands of Greeks and Armenians who formed much of its skilled and trading class, moved out and resettled on Russian soil, partly to weaken the Khanate economically and partly to plant loyal Christian subjects on the empty Azov steppe. The people did not want to go. They were pulled out of villages many of their families had lived in for 1,000 years, given little time, and set walking north in a column of the old and the young and the sick, through the back end of the year, toward land that had not been prepared to receive them. Thousands died on the road and in the first brutal winter of resettlement from exposure and hunger and disease before shelter and fields were ready. Whole communities that had survived every conqueror the peninsula could throw at them for a millennium were broken by a rescue, dispersed and thinned on the march to their promised safety. The Greek-speaking Christians of Crimea, a category that by then almost certainly absorbed the last Gothic-descended families, were planted around a new town on the Azov coast. The town was named Mariupol. If the blood of the Crimean Goths flows anywhere today, the best guess of the scholarship is there. Among the Mariupol Greeks, a community that has since endured the 20th century and the 21st in ways I do not need to describe to anyone watching the news, carrying, unknowingly, whatever is left. A handful of scholars have tried to squeeze more out of the fragments over the centuries, and the effort has a slightly desperate quality. Busbek's list has been reprinted, reanalyzed, argued over word by word since the 1600s, with linguists debating whether a particular vowel points to one branch of Gothic or another, whether the informant's Greek accent distorted what Busbek heard, whether certain items were simply misheard or miscopied by a scribe. Occasional claims have surfaced of new material, a Gothic inscription found in Crimea, a stray word in a Turkish document, a phrase in a traveller's notebook, and a few have held up in modest ways, a small number of Greek letter inscriptions with Germanic-looking names, some place names in the mountains that resist explanation from Tatar or Greek. The graffiti scratched into the walls of a church at Mangup, the names of ordinary people who prayed there, have been combed for anything that might be Gothic. Whatever is there is thin. An entire nation's written remains would fit comfortably in a coat pocket, and the people who might have expanded that record were killed on the plateau, sold in the markets, or slowly absorbed by their neighbors over the following 2 centuries, taking with them, without ceremony and without anyone noticing, the last living branch of the oldest written Germanic tongue. Nobody recorded the death of the language. Gothic is the oldest Germanic language we possess in writing, the tongue of a 4th century Bible, and its very last living descendant faded out in Crimean villages at some unrecorded moment. Maybe in the 1600s, maybe the 1700s, and the final speaker, the last human being on earth who could say those words Busbek collected and mean them, died in a village whose name we do not know, in a year we cannot guess, mourned by people who had already switched to Tatar or Greek, and may not have understood half of what the old one used to mutter. The plateau of Mangup stands empty now, a hiking destination, its ruined citadel and cave mouths open to the wind, and the collective graves of 1475 are still down there in the soil among the picnickers. One grim footnote from the modern era, the Nazi regime, drunk on Gothic ancestry, planned to rename Crimea Gotenland after conquering it, with Simferopol to become Gothenburg, a scheme that died with the regime and would have amounted to a stolen headstone on someone else's grave. A people can be erased by cannon and slave chains with mass graves to mark the spot. The next disappearance in tonight's lineup left no graves like that at all, and that is precisely its horror. At the far opposite corner of the medieval world, out past Iceland, on the fjords of the largest island on Earth, a complete European society, farms, churches, courts, a cathedral, a bishop, several thousand Norse men and women whose grandparents' had sailed there in Viking ships, went silent over the course of a few generations. And when outsiders finally came looking, they found the buildings standing, the pastures green, and every single person gone. Sometime around the 1350s, a Norwegian churchman named Ivar Bardarson sailed up the west coast of Greenland with a party of armed men to deal with a rumour. Bardarson was the steward of the bishop's seat at Gardar, the administrative heart of Norse Greenland, and the rumour concerned the colony's northern district, the Western Settlement, a cluster of farms at the head of the fjords near where the city of Nuuk stands today. Word had come south that the Skraelings, the Norse term for the Inuit, had taken the Western Settlement, so Bardarson went to fight for it or relieve it, and what he found instead has unsettled everyone who has thought about it for 600 years. His report, preserved in a later Norwegian description of Greenland, says the party found nobody, neither Christian nor heathen, only wild cattle and sheep roaming loose through the farms with no one tending them. No bodies, no burned buildings, no enemy, houses, byres, churches, standing intact and empty, livestock gone feral in the pastures, and every human being in a district of hundreds of people absent. Bardarson's men did the practical Norse thing, slaughtered as many of the animals as their ships could carry, and sailed home. And his account spends one sentence on the matter and moves on to fjord names, and no document from the age ever explains what he had actually walked through the middle of. Around 982, an Icelander named Eric the Red was outlawed for killing men in a feud, his second exile for that reason, his family having already been thrown out of Norway for the same hobby, and he spent his 3 banished years exploring a landmass to the west that Icelandic sailors had glimpsed in storms. He came back with tales of deep, sheltered fjords with grass in them, and he named the place Greenland, and the sagas say straight out that he chose the name to attract settlers, history's most successful real estate branding. In 985 or so, a fleet of 25 ships sailed from Iceland carrying colonists, their cattle, their timber, everything. 11 ships sank or turned back in the crossing. 14 arrived, and from those 14 shiploads grew a society that at its height counted somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 people spread across roughly 500 farms in 2 pockets. The larger eastern settlement in the sheltered fjords of the far south, and the western settlement 400 kilometers up the coast. They built in stone and turf. They raised churches, eventually a cathedral at Gardar, with imported bronze bells and glass windows, plus a monastery, a nunnery, and a parliament. They received their own bishop from Norway. Around the year 1000, Eric's son Leif sailed further west out of this very colony and touched North America. For a while, this place at the edge of the world was almost fashionable. Living there, though, meant running an agricultural machine with no margin for error. Greenland's fjords offered pasture, and pasture only. No grain would ripen, so no bread, and the whole society ran on milk, meat, and hay. Summer was one long race to cut and dry enough grass to keep the cattle and sheep alive through a winter in which the animals stood stalled in stone byres for 7 or 8 months, eating through the stores, while the humans lived off dairy, stored meat, and seal. The seal hunts were the hinge of survival, timed to the spring migrations, whole districts turning out with boats and clubs and nets, and isotope studies of Norse bones show marine food climbing steadily as the centuries passed, from about 1/5 of the diet in Eric's generation to as much as 4/5 near the end. And beyond subsistence, the colony had one export that connected it to the world economy, and that export lived at the top of the map. Walrus. Every June, hunting parties left the settlements and rode and sailed north along the coast for weeks, 300 to 400 nautical miles and more, up past the modern capital to the walrus grounds around Disco Bay, a region the Norse called the Nordosetur. The hunt itself was close-quarters butchery of animals weighing up to 1 ton apiece, armed with tusks that could hole a boat in freezing water at the foot of glaciers, about as far from help as any workplace on the planet. From each kill, they took the front of the skull with both tusks embedded, plus hide for ship's rope, and rode the load hundreds of miles home again before the sea froze behind them. That hunt was murderous work, and the whole colony's wealth came out of it. A crew rowed and sailed an open boat 300 or 400 miles north, up a coast of drifting ice and carving glaciers, weeks of it sleeping ashore, to reach grounds where walrus hauled out by the 100, animals 1 ton in weight with tusks 1.5 feet long that could punch through the hull of the very boat that had carried the hunters there. They killed at close range, on slick rock or in the shallows, among panicking animals that could crush a man against the stones or drag him under. From each kill, they wanted the skull with both tusks still socketed in it, so they took the front of the head, hacked free, plus the thick hide, which was cut in a spiral into a single long strap and made into the strongest ship's rope in the medieval world. Then they loaded a boat with skulls and hides and rowed the whole weight back south before the sea froze behind them and trapped them for the winter in a place with no shelter and no food. Men died on those trips, and the sagas barely mention it, because it was simply the job, the thing Greenland did, the reason a farmer's son up there could hold a carved ivory cross that had begun as an animal screaming in the surf under his own harpoon 1,000 miles north of anywhere. The tusks went east to Europe, and in Europe, walrus ivory was treasure. Elephant ivory had all but vanished from the continent's markets after the Islamic conquests cut the old roots, and for roughly 3 centuries, if a European bishop held a carved crozier or a king moved an ivory chess piece, the odds were overwhelming that the material had come out of the Nordosetur in a Norse open boat. That claim is now measurable fact rather than romance. In 2018, researchers ran ancient DNA and isotope analysis on dozens of walrus skull fragments from medieval workshop sites in Trondheim, Bergen, Oslo, Dublin, and elsewhere, and found that from about 1100 onward, essentially the entire European supply traces to Greenland waters. The famous Lewis chessmen, the walrus ivory warriors dug out of a Scottish beach, are, on the science, very likely made from animals that died screaming in Disco Bay under Norse harpoons. This tiny colony at the world's edge held a near monopoly on one of the luxury materials of an entire civilization, and the church took its cut. Tithes to Rome paid in tusks, crusading taxes assessed in ivory. In 1274, the colony's crusade levy went south as literal walrus teeth, and the archbishop had to arrange their sale and conversion into silver. Monopolies built on a single product have a way of becoming death sentences. And this one came with a climate attached. Ice cores drilled from the Greenland sheet and sediments from the fjord bottoms track the shift. After roughly 1250, the North Atlantic began sliding out of the warm centuries that had made the crossing feasible and into the long cold that historians call the Little Ice Age. Summers shortened. The hay yield, the number every Greenland farm lived and died by, shrank. Sea ice thickened along the routes, and the sailing directions preserved from the period contain a chilling little editorial note that the old course from Iceland ran straight west, but ice now comes down from the Gulf of the North, and so the ships must swing further south, if they come at all. Fewer came at all. Norway, which had taken formal control of Greenland in 1261 with a promise of regular sailings, sent the royal trade ship less and less often. Years passed with no vessel, then a decade, and the colony learned what it felt like when the phone stops ringing. Worse, the market itself turned. From the 1200s, elephant ivory came flooding back into Europe through revived African and Mediterranean routes, whiter and larger and cheaper, and the workshops that had lived on walrus switched over. The 2018 tusk study caught the Greenlanders' response in the bone itself. As the centuries pass, the tusks arriving in Europe come from smaller animals, more females, more juveniles, from populations further and further north, the signature of hunters pushing deeper into more dangerous water for less valuable cargo, men rowing harder every year for a product the world had stopped wanting. Soil science adds its own quiet verdict from the pastures. Centuries of grazing and turf cutting had stripped the thin fjord-side soils, and wind erosion was eating the hayfields themselves. Every pillar the colony stood on, climate, trade, soil, contact, was crumbling at once, and into that weakening world came new neighbours. One question hangs over the whole Greenland story and refuses to leave. The Inuit were right there, thriving, in the same cold, on the same coast, and the Norse mostly did not copy them. The Thule people hunted ringed seal through the winter ice at their breathing holes, took whales from skin boats, dressed in tailored fur that beat anything woven wool could do, moved by dog sled across the frozen sea, and lived well in the very conditions that were starving the farmers to the south. The Norse, for the most part, kept being Europeans. They kept their cows and their church and their woven clothes, and their sense of themselves as Christian farmers at the edge of Christendom. And there is little sign they ever adopted the kayak, the toggling harpoon, the dog sled, the winter-breathing hole hunt, the fursuit, the technologies that would have carried them through the cold that was killing them. Why not is one of the genuine puzzles, and the honest answer is that nobody fully knows. Maybe contempt. The sagas and annals call the Inuit Skraelings a dismissive word, and a people who see their neighbors as subhuman do not take lessons from them. Maybe identity. A community whose entire meaning was being the northern outpost of European Christian civilization, may have found that abandoning cattle and church for the ways of the heathen felt like ceasing to be themselves, a death of a different kind. Maybe there simply was not time, or enough surviving young people to make so total a change. Whatever the reason, the picture that emerges is of a society that's starved with the solution to its starvation, living a few fjords away, visible, and chose, farm by farm, to remain what it had always been, until there was no one left to remain anything. The reach of these people, before the cold closed in, is easy to underestimate, so consider one small stone. On a tiny island called Kingitorsuaq, far up the west coast, well north even of the Walrus Grounds, 3 Norse men left a runestone. The inscription names them Erling Sigvardsson, Bjarni Thordarson, and Eindridi Oddsson, and records that they built cairns there on a specific day, and the runic style dates it to around 1300. That is Norsemen leaving their names on a rock at a latitude that would challenge a modern expedition, casually, in passing, 700 years ago, part of the ordinary summer range of a farming people who also happened to think nothing of rowing to the edge of the permanent ice. They had gone west too, of course, generations earlier, to the place Leif called Vinland. And the archaeology at Lance O Meadows in Newfoundland confirms a Norse landing on the North American continent around the year 1000, so the same little colony that would later vanish so silently had, at its confident dawn, touched a new continent and left names on Arctic islands. The contrast between that reach and that ending is the whole weight of the story. Rome never forgot them entirely, on paper, which makes the silence stranger. As late as 1492, the same year Columbus sailed, the Pope in Rome issued a letter concerning Greenland, lamenting that the faithful at the edge of the world had been without a bishop and the comfort of the church for 80 years, that no ship was known to have called there in that time, that the people were said to have nothing left but a corporal cloth on which the body of Christ had been consecrated a century before, displayed once a year to sustain a memory of Christianity in hearts that had otherwise nearly lost it. Whether any of that reflected real news or was pious guesswork about a colony nobody had visited in living memory, it captures the view from Europe. A Christian people fading out at the rim of creation, remembered mostly as an administrative vacancy, a diocese that needed filling, a tithe that had stopped arriving. The church went on naming bishops of Garda for another century, men who received the title and the income where they could get it and never once boarded a ship, shepherds of a flock that had walked off the map. Another strain may have quietly hollowed the colony from within. The church in Greenland did not merely serve the settlements. By the end, it seems to have owned much of them. Over the centuries, pious farmers had willed land to the church for the good of their souls, until, on some interpretations of the sparse records, a large share of the best grazing in the eastern settlement, including the richest farms, belonged to the bishop's seat at Garda and to the cathedral, worked by tenants who owed their rents in a shrinking economy. A society under climate stress, cut off from trade, its wealth increasingly concentrated in the hands of an absentee institution whose head might not even be present, is a society with thin reserves and thinner reasons for its young people to stay. When the walrus money died and the hay failed and the ships stopped, there was less and less holding an ambitious young Greenlander to a rented fjord, and Iceland lay across a sea their ancestors had crossed for far worse reasons. The Thule people, ancestors of today's Greenlandic Inuit, had been moving east out of Alaska for generations. A whale-hunting culture superbly engineered for the high Arctic, with dog sleds, kayaks, harpoon technology the Norse never matched. And around the 1200s they arrived down the west coast of Greenland, and the two peoples began meeting. Some of the contact was trade. Norse smelted iron turns up in Inuit sites. Inuit carvings depict figures in European dress. Some of it was other things. The Icelandic annals, terse yearbooks kept across the sea, carry an entry for 1379 that says, in full, roughly this: the Skraelings attacked the Greenlanders, killed 18 men, and captured 2 boys and enslaved them. 18 dead men in a society this size was a catastrophe. The fighting strength of several farms erased in one incident, and the annalist gives it a single line. On the other side of the encounter, Inuit oral tradition, collected in the 1800s, remembers the Norse too. Stories of raids and counter-raids, of a Norse chief killed at his own doorway, of an island massacre, of children taken and raised. Archaeology has complicated every simple version of this. No excavated Norse farm shows a destruction layer, no burned halls, no scattered battle dead, nothing like Mangup's graves. And plenty of researchers argue the two peoples mostly ignored each other across an economic gulf, one hunting the ice edge, one farming the fjords. The annals, 18 dead men, sit there anyway, refusing to be theorized away. The Inuit remembered the Norse for centuries after the Norse stopped existing, and their stories, written down by Danish collectors in the 1800s, are the only account of the end told from the other side of it. They are not gentle. One cycle of tales describes a Norse chief named Unsolved and a running feud that ends with his hall burned over the heads of his people, the survivors hunted down one by one, the chief himself run to ground far away and killed. Another remembers the Norse capturing Inuit, and Inuit taking Norse children. Others are almost tender, describing trade, intermarriage, Norse and Inuit families living near one another, a Norse woman who stayed and became Inuit. The trouble is that oral tradition compresses and moves things, and a story collected in 1860 about events supposedly 4 or 5 centuries earlier has passed through 20 generations of tellers, so historians handle it carefully. What the stories agree on, across their contradictions, is that the two peoples knew each other, that there was violence in the knowing, and that the Norse, in the end, are remembered as people who were there and then were not, exactly what the annals and the middens say from the European side. The 18 dead men of 1379 and the burned hall of Unsolved may even be the same event, seen twice, once in a one-line Icelandic ledger entry, and once in an Inuit tale told around a lamp 500 years later, the only 2 windows onto the same afternoon of killing, and neither of them wide enough to see through clearly. The written record of the colony ends with, of all things, a wedding, and the paper trail around it is almost unbearably ordinary. In the autumn of 1406, an Icelandic ship bound for Iceland was blown off course, a routine hazard, and fetched up in the eastern settlement, where its passengers ended up staying 4 years. The visitors found a functioning Christian society, and we know this from the church business they witnessed. In 1407, a man named Colgrim was burned at the stake there, convicted of using black arts to seduce another man's wife, a woman of good family who afterward, the record says, went out of her mind and died. A reminder, in one line, that this remote parish could still muster a court, a verdict, and a pyre. The following year, on the 16th of September 1408, 2 of the stranded passengers, Thorstein Olafsson and Sigrid Bjornsdottir, were married at Hvalsey Church, the fine stone building whose walls stand to this day, with banns called on 3 Sundays and a church full of witnesses, all perfectly proper. The couple eventually sailed home, settled in Iceland, and years later needed documents proving their Greenland wedding was valid, so priests wrote attestations, and those dry legal letters, confirming that nothing unusual happened at a completely normal wedding, are the last written words concerning a living Norse Greenland. After 1410, when Thorstein's party sailed away, no ship is recorded arriving from the colony ever again. Europe did not notice for decades. Popes went on appointing bishops of Gardar, who went on not sailing there into the 1500s, bishops of a diocese of ghosts. Hvalsey Church is still standing, incidentally, and standing well. Go to southern Greenland today, and you can walk into the building where that wedding was held in 1408, because the Norse built it properly, in dressed stone laid without mortar, with corners squared, and window openings dressed, and gables that have taken 600 years of Arctic weather without falling. The roof is gone. The walls are as the masons left them. Sheep graze up to the doorway, and the fjord below is the same water the wedding guests arrived on. Nothing about the place suggests a doomed community. It suggests carpenters and masons who expected the building to be used by their great-grandchildren, Scattered across the same landscape are the ruins of hundreds of other farms, the bishop's seat at Gardar, with its cathedral outline and its byre built for over 100 cattle, boundary walls, irrigation channels dug to water the hayfields, the whole physical infrastructure of a society that planned to be there indefinitely. And every one of those buildings was walked away from, never sacked and never fought over. The Norse of Greenland left the best-built structures in the North Atlantic standing empty and took whatever they could carry, and the buildings have been waiting ever since for people who never came back. What the documents stop telling, the ground has started to. In the 1990s, archaeologists racing melting permafrost excavated a farmstead in the western settlement known as the Farm Beneath the Sand. Sealed for centuries under river deposits and inside its abandoned rooms they found a tableau. The good furniture and valuables were gone, removed, an orderly departure rather than a flight. And in one room lay the skeleton of a goat. The animal had evidently been left behind or missed in the roundup, had wandered the empty buildings, and the floor around it held a compacted layer of its droppings, months' worth. The record of a long stretch alone in a dead farm, eating whatever it could find in the dark rooms, until a section of wall or roof came down on it. Nobody returned even to salvage the turf. Elsewhere in the western settlement's final layers, excavators found middens telling of a last bad season or seasons. The bones of newborn calves and lambs eaten before they could grow, cattle hooves and skull fragments in the cooking waste, meaning animals eaten down to the parts with no meat on them, and, in several houses, the butchered bones of the big hunting dogs, cut-marked like any other carcass. A dairy society eats its herd's future, then its herd, then the dogs it hunts with, in that order, and only at the very end of something. One more strange detail from those layers. Bones of ptarmigan and hares and other famine food spike at the close, the diet of people picking the landscape clean. Whether the people who ate those dogs then died, or walked south to relatives, or boarded some unrecorded boat, the flaws do not say. The Western settlement middens describe a descent that had stages, and each stage is legible in the bone waste. A Norse farm in a good year killed and ate its surplus animals in autumn and kept its breeding stock, the cows that would calve, the ewes that would lamb, the mares through the winter on stored hay, so that spring brought new animals and the cycle turned again. The final layers show that cycle breaking. First, the diet swings hard toward seal and the sea, the isotopes climbing toward 80% marine, a people living off the hunt because the farm can no longer carry them. Then the breeding stock itself starts turning up in the cooking waste, the newborn calves and lambs eaten in spring instead of being raised, a farm eating its own future, the last thing a herder does because doing it guarantees there is no next year. Then the parts with no food value, hooves, skulls cracked for the marrow, the scrapings. And then the dogs. The big Greenland hunting dogs, the animals a seal-hunting people depended on absolutely, turn up butchered, cut-marked, cooked in the final floors of more than one house. A people does not eat its hunting dogs and then go hunting. Eating the dogs is close to the end of the sentence. Whatever came after that last winter in the western settlement, the middens stop, and the goat in the farm beneath the sand wandered its empty rooms alone, and the roof came down, and nobody cut the turf. Down at the southern tip of the eastern settlement, at a headland farm called Herjolfsnes, the first landfall for ships from Europe, the churchyard gave up an even stranger archive. In 1921, the Danish archaeologist Paul Nørlund excavated graves there that the creeping permafrost had partially preserved. And out of the frozen, root-woven earth came the Norse dead of the colony's last generations, wrapped and buried, for want of coffin timber, in their own everyday clothes, and the clothes had survived. Woolen gowns, hoods, caps, stockings, dozens of complete garments, the largest wardrobe of ordinary medieval clothing ever found anywhere in Europe. And the cut of that clothing detonated the assumptions of everyone who had pictured the last Greenlanders as ragged castaways. The gowns were tailored in the fitted, gored fashions of 14th and 15th century Europe. The hoods carried the liripipe, the long decorative tail hanging down the back, cut as it was worn in Paris and London. One tall brimless cap matches a style fashionable on the continent deep into the 1400s. On the very rim of the habitable world, in a colony Europe had essentially stopped visiting, people were still cutting their clothes to European fashion, still receiving by some thread of contact news of what was being worn, and they went into the ground dressed that way, with small wooden crosses laid on their chests, some carved with runes. Mary owns this body, one says. Nørlund's team also studied the skeletons, and the first reports made grim news, describing a stunted and disease-worn population, men averaging barely 5'3", spines curved, teeth ground down, a dying race in its last degeneration. Later re-examination walked much of that back, showing that some of the damage was what centuries in acidic, waterlogged soil does to bone, and that the last Greenlanders were physically much like their Icelandic cousins. One statistical shadow does persist in the cemetery data, and it has redirected the whole debate. Among the late burials, young women are scarce. A colony's future walks around in its young women, and if they were leaving, marrying out, sailing to Iceland family by family and boat by boat, then the end of Norse Greenland starts to look like a long evacuation, rational at every individual step and ruinous in total, each departing household making the remaining ones less viable, until some final winter when the last few farms worth of people either left or did not. No theory owns this. The ice cores record the cold, the tusk studies record the trade collapse, and the fjord sediments record the soil stripping off the hayfields. 18 men died in the annals, and nobody has explained that away. The plague may have arrived, unrecorded, as it arrived unrecorded in worse documented places. Iceland lost half its people to it in 1402, and any Greenland-bound infection had 4 uninterrupted years of hosts. And the emigration shows up in the missing women, if the cemeteries are being counted right. Probably the true answer braids several of these together and differs between the settlements. What stays with people, though, is the manner of the going. A whole Christian society with law and property and fashion and a cathedral, contracted and receded and finally stepped off the record without one surviving syllable of complaint, plea, or farewell. Around 1540, an Icelandic sailor called John Greenlander, nicknamed for what follows, was blown into a Greenland fjord on a Hamburg ship, and his crew went ashore on an island among the old farms. They found boathouses and stone buildings and fish-drying sheds like the ones in Iceland, and on the ground, face down, one dead man. He wore a hood, clothing of homespun wool and sealskin, and beside him lay his knife, a blade worn thin and short from years of sharpening, kept long past the point a man with access to iron would have kept it. They took the knife and left him there. That corpse, unnamed, undated, is the last Norse Greenlander in the whole of history, and nobody can say whether he died that year or decades earlier, alone at the end of 5 centuries, preserved by the cold beside his exhausted knife. 2 centuries after that, someone finally went looking on purpose, and what he found closed the file. In 1721, a Norwegian Lutheran pastor named Hans Egede sailed for Greenland with his wife and children and a small company, carrying royal permission and a fixed idea. Egede had spent years petitioning anyone who would listen, convinced that the old Norse colony was still up there, cut off since the Reformation, its people still practicing the Catholicism of their ancestors, because no one had ever brought them the news that the church had split. He was going to find them and convert them. He had letters ready. Egede arrived in the fjords of the southwest and began searching, and he kept searching for years, sailing the coast, questioning the Inuit, walking up valleys, and what he found was stone. Roofless church walls with the gables still standing, foundations of longhouses in the grass, byres, boundary dikes, a cathedral's footprint, whole farms laid out plainly in the turf, with nobody in them and nobody who knew who had built them. The Inuit he met, hospitable and curious, had no Norse among them and no memory beyond stories. He also spent a long time searching the wrong coast, because the old sources called the southern settlement the eastern settlement, and Egede reasonably assumed that meant the eastern shore of Greenland, a wall of pack ice, so he beat along it for seasons looking for survivors in a place they had never lived. He never found a single Norse Greenlander. He stayed 15 years anyway. He learned the Greenlandic language, translated scripture into it, founded the settlement that became Nuuk, watched smallpox arrive on a ship and tear through the Inuit population he had come to serve, nursed the dying, and buried his wife there. He went home in 1736 with her coffin, having converted no Norseman, because by the time he arrived, the last of them had been gone for something close to 200 years, and the mission of his life had been aimed at a congregation that no longer existed anywhere on earth. The Norse of Greenland left ruins we can walk through and one man face down on an island. The last story tonight allows us even less than that, because it concerns a man of the very same century of whom no body, grave, name, or record survives at all. A man erased so completely that the only proof he existed is the peculiar way he painted plants. And the strangest part is that his erasure happened in the most documented, most painted, most archived corner of 15th century Europe. Hanging in the Minneapolis Institute of Art is a smallish panel painting, oil on oak, from somewhere around 1492, showing the Virgin Mary seated in a garden with the infant Christ on her lap. Mary wears a great sculptural gown. The baby fingers the pages of a book. Behind them, a meadow runs back toward a distant blue city. Nothing about the subject would stop you. Painters in the Low Countries produced Madonnas by the wagon load. What stops people, once they get close, is the grass. Every blade of it is individually painted. Every leaf on every shrub, every frond of every plant in that meadow is set down as its own distinct touch of green upon darker green. Thousands upon thousands of tiny raised strokes, laid with the regularity of stitches, so that the whole landscape has the texture of dense needlework, as if the garden had been embroidered rather than grown. Stand back and it looks like vegetation. Lean in and it dissolves into thousands of countable separate acts, each one a decision, each one a few seconds of a specific human being's finite life. A man holding a fine brush somewhere in Brussels 500 years ago, touching green onto green, hour after hour after hour. We do not know his name. We will never know his name. In the entire archive of the world, he exists only as those brush strokes, and art history, needing something to file him under, calls him the master of the embroidered foliage. The label was coined in 1926 by Max Friedlander, the great German cataloguer of early Netherlandish painting, who spent his career sorting thousands of unsigned panels into stylistic families, and who noticed a scatter of virgin and child pictures across various collections, in Lille, in Bruges, in Minneapolis, in Massachusetts, in Philadelphia, in Cambridge, all sharing that unmistakable stitched vegetation, and grouped them under one invented name. Art historians call such labels not names, emergency names, and the discipline is full of them, a whole shadow census of the anonymous, the master of the female half-lengths, the master of the legend of St. Lucy, the master of the view of Saint Gudule, the master of the Prado adoration. Painters of real skill, sometimes of genius, whose entire documented existence is a filing label attached by a scholar centuries after their deaths. The embroidered foliage panels have a further peculiarity that sharpens the mystery. Several of them repeat, almost line for line, the same central figures, the same Virgin, the same child, the same fall of drapery, in composition after composition, and those figures descend directly from famous models by Rogier van der Weyden, the official city painter of Brussels, who had died back in 1464. His workshop's drawings, the patterns and cartoons that preserved his figure designs, evidently kept circulating for decades after him, traced and pounced and transferred onto fresh panels by later hands, the way a modern print shop keeps using a dead designer's templates. Our man or men built their embroidered gardens around a dead master's borrowed Madonna. Or men, I said, and that little plural has become the heart of the scholarship. In 2004 and 2005, 3 museums did something rarely possible. They physically reunited 4 of the principal panels, hung them side by side in one room in an exhibition honestly titled A Medieval Mystery, and put them through the full modern laboratory, infrared reflectography to see the underdrawings beneath the paint, dendrochronology to date the oak boards from their tree rings. The results dismantled the romantic image of a single obsessive genius. The panels date across a span from about 1482 into the early 1500s. The underdrawings show different preparatory habits. The handling of the paint differs from panel to panel in ways trained eyes can separate. The conclusion, as the researchers framed it, was that the master of the embroidered foliage is best understood as a catch-all, a label draped over several distinct painters, probably working in and between Brussels and Bruges, sharing workshop patterns, sharing that leaf-by-leaf technique, possibly a workshop and its offshoots, possibly collaborators who divided labor, one specialist painting faces while another, and here the mind snags, spent his whole working life painting the foliage. Specialization like that was standard practice. Documents from the period record panels priced by how much of the good blue went into them, and workshops where landscape backgrounds were subcontracted. So the embroidered leaves may be the signature of a man who painted little else. The background man, the one the clients never asked to meet, anonymous even within his own anonymity. None of the possibilities come with a name attached, and the total documentary silence is stranger than it first sounds, given where and when these men worked. This is Flanders and Brabant at the end of the 1400s, the most bureaucratic, record-keeping, paper-drowning society in Europe. Painters there were not vagabond craftsmen. They were guildsmen, enrolled in the Guild of St. Luke, with registered apprentices, dated contracts, tax assessments, property deeds, lawsuits. For many of their contemporaries, the files survive and the names are secure. Memling's career in Bruges can be tracked purchase by purchase. For our painters, nothing has ever been matched. Somewhere in the lost or surviving ledgers, their names may actually sit, orphaned, a Jan or a Willem, paid so many pounds for a virgin in a garden, with no way left on earth to connect the entry to the brush strokes. The names exist, or existed. The link is what died. The technique is the man here, and the technique is all we have of him. Painting foliage the way these panels are painted is not a stylistic flourish. It is a decision to spend one's finite hours differently than almost anyone else did. A busy Bruges or Brussels workshop under commercial pressure painted landscape backgrounds efficiently, blocking in masses of green, suggesting leaves with a few economical strokes, because the client was paying for the virgin's face and the gold and the good blue, and the meadow was scenery. Our painter refused the shortcut. He set down each leaf, each blade, as a separate stroke of the brush, building the whole rolling green distance out of individual marks, numbering easily into the tens of thousands on a single panel. And he did it across a group of paintings, over years. Nobody was making him. The effect at viewing distance could have been achieved in 1/10 of the time. Something in him, or in the workshop discipline he served under, required that the ground be embroidered, and the result is that half a millennium later, the one thing we can still reach out and touch of this vanished person is the accumulated evidence of his patience, mark by mark, a temperament preserved in paint, when the name, the face, the dates, the grave, everything else is gone. You can stand in Minneapolis and see his patience directly in the oak. You cannot learn anything else about him at all. The embroidered panels were painted inside a civilization actively collapsing around the easels. Date the earliest of them to about 1482, and the year itself supplies the omen. In the middle of March 1482, Mary of Burgundy, the 25-year-old duchess who personally ruled the Low Countries, the most eligible heiress in Christendom, went out hawking near the castle of Wynendael. She was an expert horsewoman, and she was pregnant. Her falcon stooped, her horse charged a ditch, stumbled, threw her, and then came down on top of her, breaking her back, driving broken ribs inward. Etiquette then assisted the injury. Accounts hold that modesty and rank kept her from allowing physicians a proper examination of her crushed torso, and she lay in agony at Bruges for the better part of a fortnight, developing fever as the internal damage festered, dictating her testament, and died on the 27th of March with her husband Maximilian of Habsburg beside her and her 2 small children as heirs. Her funeral was the last great ceremony of Burgundian Bruges, and the city spent enormously on it. Black cloth on every facade, thousands of candles, the guilds turning out in procession, a young duchess carried through streets that would spend the next decade in revolt and blockade, partly because they could not accept the man walking behind her coffin. She was buried in the Church of Our Lady in Bruges, and her gilded bronze tomb effigy, made a generation later, is still there, showing her lying with her hands folded and her hair loose, a small crown on her head, the whole thing worked in gold and enamel. Her father's tomb was eventually brought to lie beside hers. In the 1970s, archaeologists digging beneath the church confirmed her grave and examined the remains, and found injuries consistent with the fall, the damage to the spine that court modesty and 15th century medicine could do nothing whatever about. The whole future of Europe pivoted on that horse's misstep, the Netherlands passing to the House of Habsburg through a dying young woman in a Bruges palace, and for the cities of Flanders, her death opened a decade of catastrophe, because they refused to accept her widower as regent, and Maximilian answered with war against his own subjects. The marriage that the fall broke had been, briefly, one of the genuine love matches among Europe's dynasties, which sharpens the whole disaster. Mary had inherited the richest patch of ground in Europe at 19, when her father Charles the Bold was cut down at the Battle of Nancy, and his body was not recovered for days, frozen into a ditch, stripped by looters and torn at by wolves, identifiable in the end only by his long fingernails and his old battle scars and the gap in his teeth. Overnight, She was the most fought-over heiress alive, and the King of France moved to seize her lands and press her into a marriage that would swallow them. She chose Maximilian of Habsburg instead, and by the accounts of the time, the two of them actually loved each other, hunted together, had 3 children fast, ruled as a pair. 5 years of that, and then the horse came down on her at 25 and the falcon flew off, and the internal bleeding did its work over the following days, while she refused, for modesty, to let the physicians properly examine the crushed places, and she made her will and died, and Maximilian, by every account, was shattered, and he spent much of the rest of his long life in a preoccupation with his own death and burial that historians have tied directly to hers. The cities that had loved her would not extend that loyalty to the German widower, and so the man grieving the woman who had chosen him found himself, within a few years, a prisoner in her favorite city, watching from a window while its craftsman racked his officials in the square below. In that world, the embroidered gardens were painted, and the painters worked straight through it, laying down leaf after patient leaf of an impossible green piece. For Bruges, the war arrived in its own streets. In early 1488, the city seized Maximilian himself, King of the Romans, heir of the Holy Roman Empire, and held him prisoner for over 3 months in a house on the market square. To make the situation plain to him, the craftsmen of Bruges set up a scaffold and a torture stage on that square, directly beneath his windows, and went to work on his captured officials while he watched. Men were stretched on the rack in the open air, day after day, questioned over the sound of their own joints, and the city's grandest victim, Peter Lanchals, Maximilian's treasurer and enforcer, a Bruges man himself who had risen in the prince's service against his own city, was tried and beheaded there in March, his head set on a stake on the town gate. Chronicles of that spring describe the square packed with armed guildsmen camping around their royal prisoner, and torture sessions running so long that the crowd, not the victims, tired first. Maximilian signed away his powers to buy his release, swore solemn oaths, walked free, and broke every one of them within months when his father, the old Emperor Frederick, arrived with an imperial army. The reprisals, sieges, and blockades that followed ran on for years, and they finished what geography had started. The Zwin, the tidal channel connecting Bruges to the sea, the artery every ounce of the city's wealth had ever flowed through, had been silting shut for a century, ships anchoring further and further downstream, dredging, fighting a losing war against the sand. War now chased away the foreign merchant colonies, and they resettled in Antwerp, whose deep river needed no dredging, and the numbers tell the rest with brutal economy. Antwerp roughly doubling within a generation, while Bruges, the Venice of the north, emptied year by year into a museum of itself. Plague and famine rode along. The 1480s in the Low Countries were hungry, epidemic years, grain prices doubling, corpse carts in towns at war with their own sovereign. Painters painted through all of it, hunched over gardens of impossible peace. embroidering paradise leaf by leaf for clients in a world of scaffolds and blockades, and one by one the workshops followed the money to Antwerp or closed. Whatever records those workshops left behind then had to survive the following century, and the following century in the Netherlands was a shredder. In August 1566, beginning with a hedge sermon and a ransacked monastery near Steenvoorde, the Beelden storm broke over the Low Countries, the great iconoclastic fury, and within weeks Calvinist crowds had stormed hundreds of churches, over 400 by some counts, smashing what they found. Altarpieces of the sort our masters painted were hacked apart, burned in bonfires, their carved saints beheaded with hammers in a grim parody of execution. In Antwerp, the crowds worked through the cathedral by torchlight in a single organized night, and witnesses describe the floor ankle-deep in splintered art the next morning. The fury of that August moved with astonishing speed and a strange discipline. It began near the French border with open-air sermons drawing huge crowds, and within a fortnight, bands were moving town to town, entering churches, and methodically destroying the imagery, statues, altarpieces, stained glass, carved screens, the accumulated devotional art of centuries. In Antwerp, the largest and richest city of the region, the crowds went into the great cathedral of Our Lady after dark and worked through the night by candlelight, and the accounts of the next morning describe a building gutted, the floor buried in smashed and splintered wood and glass and broken saints, altarpieces that had taken masters years to paint torn down and hacked to pieces or thrown on fires in the square. It was not random looting so much as a kind of purposeful unmaking. The crowds often took nothing, they only destroyed, on the conviction that the images were idolatry and had to be erased from the house of God. Panel paintings of the sort our Foliage master produced, virgins enthroned in flowering gardens, were the objects that fury was aimed at. And an unknown number of the paintings of that whole golden generation ended in the bonfires of 1566, with more to follow in the 80 years of war that the revolt against Spanish rule then unleashed on the same ground. That a handful of the embroidered foliage panels survived at all is a small accident of scattering, this one carried abroad, that one in a private house, another somewhere the crowds never reached, orphaned from their frames and their records, but spared the fire. The wars that followed, 80 years of them, took church archives, guild archives, whole civic memory banks into the flames along with the images. Panel paintings of the Virgin in a garden survived where they happened to survive, scattered into private hands, shipped abroad, stripped of frames and inscriptions and provenance, and turned up centuries later in the art market as orphans, beautiful and mute, to be sorted by men like Friedlander into families named after their ticks. Losing the painters' names was almost inevitable. That the paintings came through at all is the surprising part. Those panels are scattered now across 2 continents, and gathering them, as the museums did for that exhibition, took years of negotiation. One hangs in Minneapolis, another is in Lille, in northern France, close to the ground where it was probably painted. Bruges has one. So does a museum in western Massachusetts, and one in Philadelphia, and a college museum in Cambridge, England. And there are further panels and fragments in private hands whose owners have no more idea than anyone else who made them. They have been cleaned, revarnished, transferred between owners, sold at auction, catalogued and recatalogued under changing attributions, and every one of those transactions is documented in detail, because the modern art world records everything. So we have an exhaustive paper trail for the last 200 years of these objects and nothing whatsoever for the first 300, not a contract or a payment or a name. And the boundary between those two conditions is roughly the moment the panels left the churches and houses they were made for and entered the market. The men who painted them would find that funny, possibly. Their work is now insured, alarmed, climate-controlled, and studied by infrared cameras, and the one question every single visitor asks first, who painted this, is the one question the whole apparatus cannot answer. Our foliage painter has a great deal of company in that shadow census of not names, and the company shows how ordinary his erasure really was. In the early Netherlandish rooms of any great museum, you keep meeting the anonymous masters, each named for a tick or a single famous work. The master of the female half-lengths, who painted elegant women cut off at the waist. The master of Flémal, now mostly identified with a real man, Robert Campin, but who spent generations as a label. The master of the legend of Saint Ursula, the master of the view of Saint Gudule, the master of the Saint Bartholomew altarpiece, and dozens more, a whole population of gifted painters filed under the guesswork of later scholars. Some have since been matched to names in archives, a lucky document surfacing to marry a style to a person. Most never will be. They painted for a living in a crowded profession, signed little because signing was not yet the habit it became, worked in workshops where a master's design might be executed by 3 hands, and then the churches that held their work burned, the guild rolls scattered, the contracts rotted or were pulped, and the connection between the surviving panels and the surviving names, if the names even survive, dissolved. Our man is not a special mystery. He is a completely typical one, and somehow that is worse, since it means the anonymity was the default, that the overwhelming majority of the human beings who made the beautiful objects of that century are simply gone as individuals, present only in the work, and our foliage painter stands in for all of them. The whole vanished workforce of a golden age, remembered by a habit of the hand. The master of the embroidered foliage closes out tonight as the quietest mystery of the lot, with no cannon and no gangrene and no pyre, or rather all of those things, plague and war and iconoclasm, and the death of a city, applied not to a body but to a memory, scouring away everything about a group of men except the least erasable thing they possessed, the private rhythm of their hands. A signature can be forged and a name can be transplanted, and museums deal with both constantly, but nobody can forge 10,000 consistent little green strokes. The leaves are more honest identification than any document, a fingerprint the size of a meadow. Somewhere under the streets or fields of Belgium lie the actual bones of the actual men in graves that were dug with full ceremony, mourned by people who knew exactly who they were burying, and the plot has long since been paved or ploughed, and the parish register burned in one war or another. Infrared cameras can now see beneath the paint to the drawing underneath. The chalk or ink lines a painter laid down before committing to colour, and in those underdrawings the differences between hands show up more plainly than in the finished surfaces. One panel's preparatory work is confident and sparse. Another's is fussy, reworked, hatched over. Those are temperaments, visible through 500 years of varnish and still attached to nobody. Their afterlife happens in climate-controlled rooms on other continents, where strangers lean in close to a small oak panel, past the Virgin, past the Child, down into the grass, and stand there longer than they meant to, counting. And that is where I will leave it for tonight. 6 stories, 6 locked doors, and I notice I have not managed to open a single one of them, so as always, the comment section is yours. Tell me which of these you would want the answer to if you were allowed exactly one, because I go back and forth on it myself. If you made it all the way here, you are the reason these marathon episodes exist, and if you want to help the next one along, everything for supporting the channel, Patreon, YouTube memberships, all of it, is down in the description and in the pinned comment. No pressure. The videos stay free either way. Get some sleep. Just maybe not right after the Báthory part. Good night.